Chapter 1303. A figure with pale golden eyes with his hands behind his back stood leisurely 100 feet away from them. His aura did not leak out in the slightest, and he hid his aura extremely well. If he had not shown up voluntarily, so you might not have been able to detect his presence. Who else could that figure be but the Mermaid Emperor? His body was no longer rotten, and his whole body exuded a bright luster. The only difference was that the pair of royal eyes that were supposed to be turquoise were pale golden. "You are not my father. Who are you?" Luju's chest rose and fell, showing her inner turmoil. No one knew her father better than she did. The Mermaid Emperor in front of her might be her father, but his soul was definitely not. "Oh, my dear daughter, it was you and the 3 generals who dug me out of the deep pit of the spirit vein. Who do you think I am?" The Mermaid Emperor smiled leisurely. Luju was extremely anxious. "Who are you? When did you occupy my father's body?" She was excited and trembling all over. She could not believe that her father, whom she had painstakingly rescued, was actually another creature. At that time, the Mermaid Emperor and the Yiksha King were fighting. Both sides were so powerful that ordinary deities and strong men did not dare to approach them. When the battle was over, they found the dying body of their father in a deep pit in the spirit vein. How could they have expected that it was at that time that their father's body was occupied? What was even more ridiculous was that they had gone through all the hardships and risked their lives to go to the endless origin to find the endless spiritual pearl, just to save him. Just now, they were trying to escape at all costs to protect him from the traitors. But the result was so cruel. Su Yu sighed sympathetically. Princess Luju was indeed unlucky and pitiful. Don't ask, it is a god-level tomb guard spirit. Like your sister, it was secretly occupied. Su Yu looked at her and said calmly. Luju was shocked. God-level tomb guard spirit? Your father is not dead, just controlled. Just like my sister? Su Yu shook his head slightly. I'm afraid not. The reason it deceived me was that it replaced your father's soul. That's why I mistakenly thought it was the soul of the Mermaid Emperor. I didn't expect that even I would be fooled and restore his body for nothing. Hee, I realize that you are really smart. The Mermaid Emperor revealed a look of admiration. You have a bit of the demeanor of my master when he was alive. To be honest, if you didn't know too much, I really wouldn't want to kill you. Green Bead gradually recovered from the cruel blow and said hatefully, What do we know about you that you need to be so ruthless? Putting everything else aside, it was Su Yu who saved you. Of course you don't know anything, but he does. The Mermaid Emperor narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Yu with a faint smile. Is that right, smart man? Su Yu stared at him and said, I initially thought that the deity-level tomb guard spirit attached to the little princess was secretly arranged by the 3 traitorous generals. Now that I think about it, I have overestimated the 3 traitorous generals. The real mastermind is you, isn't it? That god rank tomb guardian spirit is one of your avatars, right? You originally planned to abandon the divine body of the Mermaid Emperor and occupy the body of the little princess. But unfortunately, I accidentally ruined it. As for the 10,000 tomb guard spirits that chased after the 2 princesses along the way, they were actually helpers that you summoned when you manipulated the little princess to go out. They were ready to help you seize the power of the mermaid tribe at any time. Am I right? Clap, clap. The Mermaid Emperor applauded, his face full of deep approval. Very perfect. In fact, my consciousness has been awake all this time, and I have been observing your every word and action. It is really hard to believe that you have amazing wisdom like my master. The next moment, the Mermaid Emperor's smile faded, and a cold light suddenly shrouded him. So do you think you should be killed? If he were alive, his fake identity as the Mermaid Emperor would be exposed. At that time, it would be extremely difficult to unify the mermaid tribe. From your point of view, of course I should be killed, but that is only if I am willing to be killed by you. Su Yu growled, and the Five Elements Mountain suddenly appeared in front of him. Almost at the moment when it was cast out, something invisible and subtle hit the Five Elements Mountain, making a crisp tinkling sound. Upon closer inspection, it was two transparent tentacles that were invisible to the naked eye, like strands of hair. If Su Yu had not been vigilant, Su Yu and Green Bead would have been plotted against. "Oh, you are very vigilant." The Mermaid Emperor hooked his finger, and the two tentacles retracted. His pale golden eyes stared at Su Yu playfully, and as he approached, he said, "I am actually very curious. Where did you get so much of the scent of my people from your body? And where did the smell of blood come from?" He seemed to be asking a question, but in fact he was trying to distract Su Yu. After taking 10 steps, he suddenly attacked. His pale golden eyes shot out a golden flame that bypassed the Five Elements Mountain and swallowed the two. However, Su Yu was already prepared. The power of the Five Elements surrounding the Five Elements Mountain changed rapidly, all of which were transformed into the water attribute. Then the power of the water attribute gave birth to the power of ice, forming an ice dragon that opened its mouth and swallowed the golden flame that filled the sky. The pure power of the Five Elements is almost condensed into the Five Elements' divine path. The Mermaid Emperor narrowed his eyes, then shook his head. Unfortunately, in front of the gods, it is just a small trick. Bang! The ice dragon suddenly shattered, and it was burned from the inside out by the golden flame. The flame was no longer hindered, and it swallowed Su Yu and Green Bead in one gulp. 9 Emperor Shroud. Su Yu opened his 5 fingers, and the shroud expanded infinitely, turning into a giant curtain that wrapped around the golden flame. As the shroud continued to shrink, the golden flame gradually extinguished and eventually turned into flying ashes. Su Yu waved his hands, each grabbing the Five Elements Mountain and the shroud back. At the same time, a rich water attribute power gathered around him. "It's almost time water escape." Su Yu grabbed Green Bead and decisively chose to escape. The Mermaid Emperor smiled faintly. "Do you think you can escape from my palm?" However, just as he was about to give chase, he suddenly frowned and looked behind him. He saw 3 masses of divine light galloping over, one in front and 2 behind. The former was General Blackfish, whose face was sullen. As soon as the scar-faced mermaid died, he realized that something was wrong and immediately got rid of the entanglement to investigate the situation. General Hu and General Li could not sit back and watch the Mermaid Emperor recover. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them rushed here one after another, only to find that the person waiting for them was the Mermaid Emperor. He had really recovered. The Mermaid Emperor glanced in Su Yu's direction and murmured, "So that's how it is." He really calculated it perfectly. Su Yu did not want to fight him head-on. He had calculated that as soon as the scar-faced mermaid died, General Blackfish would definitely chase after him. Therefore, he pretended to resist for a while and immediately retreated, letting General Blackfish and the other 2 generals who were chasing after him hold him back. This exquisite calculation ability made the Mermaid Emperor's eyes flicker coldly, and he felt that it was extremely dangerous. Swish! The 3 generals rushed over and stared at the Mermaid Emperor in front of them. General Blackfish slowly retreated and said to General Hu and General Li, "It seems that now is not the time for us to fight among ourselves. The Mermaid Emperor has just recovered from a serious illness, and his strength is not at its peak. If we join forces, we still have a glimmer of hope to kill him." General Hu and General Li looked at each other and nodded in agreement after weighing the pros and cons. Mermaid Emperor, don't blame us for being cruel. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for coming back to life. The 3 generals joined forces to attack, and each of their moves was their strongest trump card. In response, the Mermaid Emperor smiled contemptuously and took a step forward. The pale, golden flames around his body soared. 3 tragic howls rang out. After one exchange, the 3 generals were burned by the golden flames, and they screamed in pain. You are not the Mermaid Emperor. Who are you?" General Blackfish roared. General Hu and General Li also hurriedly extinguished the flames on their bodies, with a look of horror in their eyes. The Mermaid Emperor in front of them not only did not weaken, but was more than several times stronger than when he was at his peak. They also finally realized that the Mermaid Emperor in front of them was another existence. The Mermaid Emperor stared at them contemptuously with his hands behind his back. "You don't deserve to know who I am. If you want to die, I can grant your wish now. If you want to live, make an oath to this thing and follow me." The Mermaid Emperor threw over 3 soapy green jade tokens engraved with ancient runes. The jade tokens were densely covered with the vicissitudes of time, and there was still a hint of the great will of heaven and earth. The Emperor's oath token? Who are you? Where did you get the oath token inscribed by the divine Emperor of heaven and earth? General Blackfish was shocked. The oath token was carved by the divine Emperor of heaven and earth in the era of the ancient god realm, and it was filled with the great will of the divine Emperor. Once an oath was made to this thing, if the oath was violated, one would suffer the backlash of the great will. Since ancient times, those who made an oath had never escaped the misfortune of the backlash. This thing had long disappeared without a trace with the death of the divine Emperor of heaven and earth, who was the person who occupied the body of the Mermaid Emperor. "Don't talk nonsense, make an oath or die." The Mermaid Emperor exuded a strong aura. The 3 generals hesitated for a while, their eyes full of bitterness. They were already in awe of the Mermaid Emperor when he was at his peak, not to mention a more mysterious and powerful existence. The 3 of them looked at each other, dripped their blood essence, and swore on the spot that they would be loyal to the Mermaid Emperor in front of them. Only then did the Mermaid Emperor show a faint smile and take back the 3 jade tokens. "Very well, you can work for me with peace of mind, and I will not treat you badly. At least, it is far from what a small mermaid tribe can give you." The Mermaid Emperor's tone was very relaxed, and he did not seem to be boasting. "Yes, Lord Mermaid Emperor." Mermaid Emperor. "Well, I had no choice but to find this weak, divine body as a refuge. Then I will be the Mermaid Emperor for once." The Mermaid Emperor smiled. "I have 2 orders for you. First, reorganize the mermaid tribe. I plan to unify this area within half a year. The Frogman tribe, the Yiksha tribe, the Water Snake tribe. These weak tribes do not need to exist." Hearing this, the 3 generals gasped. Who on earth was this person? How arrogant! The Empire of Darkness had existed for hundreds of millions of years. The 99 tribes of the southern region were independent of each other and intertwined with each other. Even the ruler of the Empire of Darkness, the royal family of the Empire of Darkness, did not dare to wipe out a tribe. Second, go and capture Suyu and Luzhu. Especially don't let them escape into the spirit vein. There's my master's tomb there. Master? The 3 generals were secretly shocked. If he was so powerful, what kind of person was his master? After giving the order, the 3 gods immediately chased in the direction where Suyu escaped. Suyu drove the Garuda into the mysterious Crystal Mountains. This mountain was abnormally rich in spiritual energy. Liquefied spiritual liquid could be seen everywhere, scattered among the mountains, and no one picked up. Many rare treasures of heaven and earth were scattered everywhere, and no one picked it up. What a strange spirit vein! Suyu was secretly surprised. He had seen many blessed lands of heaven and earth, but this was the first time he had seen one with such rich spiritual energy. Generally speaking, the spiritual energy of the spirit vein was either diluted in all directions or absorbed by the spiritual creatures growing in the spirit vein. Liquefaction was rare. Only in this place, not only did the spiritual energy not dilute, but it became denser and denser. This is the spirit vein that our mermaid tribe and the Yiksha tribe are fighting for. It is also a rare spirit vein in the southern region of the Empire of Darkness. Su Yu observed it for a long time and shook his head slightly. It is not rare, but this spirit vein is strange. If I am not mistaken, there must be something unusual under the spirit vein. Take me to the place where you found the Mermaid Emperor. Su Yu's eyes flashed. Lu Zhu was stunned. Why are we going there? Of course, to answer my question. What is hidden under this spirit vein? Su Yu did not forget that the god-level tomb guard spirit that occupied the Mermaid Emperor once said that its master was here. Since it had occupied the divine body of the Mermaid Emperor in that deep pit, it would start the investigation from there. Lu Zhu's face was gloomy. So what if we find out Father can't be resurrected? Don't you want to avenge him? Su Yu said lightly. Yes. Lu Zhu's eyes burst with coldness. Okay, I will take you there. The deep pit was located in the middle of the spirit vein. Back then, the two tribes negotiated an alliance here, but they were plotted against by the Yiksha king. While leading the way, Lu Zhu said with a complicated expression, "How do you know that he is not my father?" Su Yu said, "I am very familiar with the poison that your father was poisoned with. He was in the place where I used to stay. It is called the demonic god poison. This poison contains the breath of the demon race and is most afraid of masculine things. The divine path of the previous mermaid emperors is thunder. Logically speaking, it is impossible to be haunted by this kind of poison. The only explanation is that the one who was poisoned is not your father." "I see." Lu Zhu's eyes dimmed even more. Now that she thought about it, when her father was thrown into the deep pit, he was probably dead and his body was occupied by the god-level tomb guard spirit. Soon, they came to a place full of devastation. There were remnants of the destruction after the battle everywhere, especially the deep pit in the middle, which almost pierced through the spirit vein. The bottom of the deep pit was murky, and dust was still echoing in the air. The divine power of the battle that day had not completely dissipated. Was this it? Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked down with his transparent eyes, looking through the dust bit by bit. When he reached the bottom, Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded slowly. "There is something wrong with this deep pit. There's a crack at the bottom that leads to an unknown place." "Crack? Why didn't we find it that day?" Lu Zhu was surprised. Su Yu pointed to the remaining divine power and said, "You must have been disturbed by the divine power, and the crack at that time should not be as big as it is now." As he spoke, Su Yu swooped down and went straight through the dust. "Ah, what are you doing? It is full of divine power. Mortal fairies like us will most likely die if we enter it." Chapter 1304. A celestial energy sphere rotated in Su Yu's abdomen, releasing pure divine power and wrapping the two of them in it. "Divine power? You are a god?" Lu Zhu was shocked. She never expected Su Yu to be a god. However, after calming down a little, everything that happened to Su Yu could be explained. As they spoke, they fell into the deep pit filled with the divine power storm. Puff! Just as they were about to enter, the remnant divine power attacked them from all directions, trying to crush them into pieces. Fortunately, they were protected by Su Yu's divine power, which repelled the residual divine power. Just as they fell into it, the three gods led by General Blackfish flashed over and saw the three of them fall into it. It's full of divine power down there. How dare they break in without the protection of divine power? General Blackfish was slightly surprised. General secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "We can go back and report. The existence of non-gods has no chance of survival after falling in. Even if he has that shroud, he can't stop the penetration of divine power," General Hu said. General Blackfish stared the deep pit for a long time and slowly nodded, agreeing with General Hu's judgment. The shroud may be able to block the attacks of the gods, but it was impossible to survive such a pervasive vortex of divine power without the protection of divine power. However, there was a lingering doubt in General Blackfish's mind. Why did they do this? With doubts in mind, The three returned to the mermaid tribe and reported to the mermaid emperor. The mermaid emperor narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Haha, interesting. He actually saw some clues and wanted to find out where I came from. Others might not know about Suyu, but how could the mermaid emperor not? His cleverness was witnessed by the mermaid emperor. Of course, he did not believe that Suyu would break into such a dangerous place for no reason. General, go back to the edge of the deep pit and guard it. He will come out in less than 10 days. Hearing this, the three generals were shocked. Suyu is not dead? I don't have much energy to deal with him. I'll leave it to you. The mermaid emperor said coldly, Pass my order. All the warriors of the mermaid tribe, gather! Whoosh! Suyu only heard the sound of the wind in his ears and the beating of the residual divine power. He and Luju passed through the vortex and fell to the bottom of the deep pit. There, a crack as thick as a human was clearly visible. Enter! Suyu shouted in a low voice and instantly disappeared into the crevice. It was pitch black in front of him, and he couldn't see the light of day. However, he could faintly sense the auras of many tomb guard spirits. Luju's vision was pitch black, but Suyu's eyes could see everything clearly. The crack was filled with pitch black, child-sized eggs. Through the transparent walls of the egg, one could see the unhatched grave guard spirits sleeping inside. They were of all shapes and sizes, each with their own unique characteristics. Hiss! Even Suyu felt his scalp go numb. There wasn't just one black egg, but countless of them. They were densely packed, hanging on the stone walls of the crevice. There's so many tomb guard spirits. It seems like my guess was right, Suyu murmured. There is indeed an ancient tomb of a divine warrior of heaven and earth here. What? Luju was shocked. Suyu's words were like a sudden clap of thunder that shook her to the core. The ancient tombs of the divine warriors of heaven and earth were all closely guarded by the imperial sacred faction. It was a well-known fact that there were only 9 ancient tombs of the divine warriors of heaven and earth left in the world. How could she believe that Suyu said that there was an ancient tomb suppressed under the spirit vein in the mermaid tribe? Suyu was not surprised and said calmly, Didn't you say that the tomb guard spirits were born in the ancient tomb of the divine warriors of heaven and earth? The tomb guard spirits that occupied the mermaid emperor came from here, and there are hundreds of millions of huge tomb guard spirits here. If this is not the ancient tomb of the divine warriors of heaven and earth, then where is it? Luju was shocked, and a bitter smile appeared in her heart. Perhaps the mermaid tribe and the Yaksha tribe did not expect that the spirit vein they were fighting for was actually the ancient tomb of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. If the royal family of the Empire of Darkness knew about it, not only would the spirit vein be confiscated, but the 2 tribes would also be razed to the ground. Let's go in and have a look, Suyu said, and walked along the underground crack. Along the way, there were endless black eggs. Once all of them hatched, such a large number of tomb guard spirits in the galaxy would definitely be a disaster that would destroy 100 worlds, and there would be very few survivors. At the same time, Suyu also keenly noticed that there were many traces of battle along the way, including the tomb guard spirit that occupied the breath of the mermaid emperor, and an extremely terrifying existence. When he stopped in front of a deep pit with a circumference of 10 feet, Suyu squatted down, his eyes full of solemnity. In the deep pit, faint gray flames remained, burning quietly. Those gray flames were unknown, but they gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Even standing on the edge of the deep pit, Suyu had a very uneasy feeling. What is this thing? It seems very scary. Luju trembled slightly, feeling extremely uneasy. Suyu said in a serious voice, I don't know what it is, but I know that if the mermaid emperor touches this thing, he will definitely die. There was no doubt that there was an extremely terrifying existence in the depths of the ancient tomb. After hesitating for a while, Suyu bypassed the deep pit and continued to move forward. Sir, the ancient tomb of the divine warriors of heaven and earth has always been in existence that only the Imperial Sacred Faction is qualified to touch. Even when they explore the ancient tomb, they often suffer heavy casualties before they can excavate a part of it. Let's go back. There is no need to go forward. Su Yu turned back, his eyes calm, as if he had been through the vicissitudes of time. He said, I have people I need to protect, and for them I can do anything. Since this ancient tomb is the tomb of the divine warriors of heaven and earth, it must be buried with many civilizations of the ancient era. Only with them can I go back to save them. After saying that, Su Yu walked firmly into the depths of the crack. Lu Zhu sighed slightly. He still had people he needed to protect. But who else did she have? Apart from her younger sister, who was trapped in the mermaid tribe. Who else in the world was worthy of her risking her life like Su Yu? The mermaid emperor? He had already perished from the world. The mermaid tribe? Would they still recognize her as a princess? Sighing softly, Lu Zhu followed Su Yu. It seemed that she had no other way but to follow this man. This walk took a full 5 days. It was as if they had walked through the entire spirit vein, and it was extremely long. Until the depths of the crack, a closed stone door stretched across the end. The stone door was 10,000 feet high, and the material was extremely hard. It had existed in the dark bottom of the water for hundreds of millions of years, but there was no sign of corrosion. What was even more bizarre was that the stone door was not an ordinary door, but a round door in the shape of a Tai Chi on the stone walls on both sides of the Tai Chi stone door. Thousands of blood symbols were inscribed. Each blood symbol contained an unusually powerful breath. That breath did not belong to the gods, but was similar to the breath of the royal family of the demon world. Staring at the blood symbols, Su Yu felt pain in his eyes, and the divine power in his body was tumbling, faintly feeling out of control. This is the blood of the divine warriors of heaven and earth? Lu Zhu was surprised. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. You mean these 10,000 blood symbols were written by the blood of the divine warriors of heaven and earth? Lu Zhu nodded. Yes, when I went to the Empire with my father to pay tribute, I saw the Emperor of the Empire display a word left by their ancestors from afar. That word was written with the blood of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. So I am sure that these symbols must be the blood of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. But it seems that it is not just the blood of one divine warrior of heaven and earth. Su Yu's heart was heavy. 10,000 symbols are suppressing. Is it really the divine warriors of heaven and earth buried in this ancient tomb? What kind of divine warrior of heaven and earth needed to be suppressed by the blood of other divine warriors of heaven and earth? After pondering for a long time, Su Yu activated his transparent eye and looked through the Tai Chi stone door. However, as soon as his eyes touched it, the 10,000 blood symbols flickered together, and a strong force blocked Su Yu's gaze. Can't see through it? Su Yu stared. Young master, look over there. There is a stone tablet. At the moment when the blood symbols flickered, Lu Zhu suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark stone tablet standing in the corner at the end of the passage. At first, she thought it was some kind of monster, which startled Lu Zhu. After taking a closer look, she found that it was an ancient stone tablet. Su Yu flashed over and stood in front of the stone tablet. Young master, these inscriptions are so strange. I don't recognize any of them, Lu Zhu said in surprise. There were 99 tribes in the southern region of the empire, each with a different language. In order to communicate, the princess of the mermaid tribe learned the languages of each tribe from an early age. Within the entire empire, there should be no language that she didn't recognize. However, the words in front of her were very strange. They seemed simple, but seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth, and she couldn't understand them. She didn't notice that Su Yu's eyes were shaking and flickering, showing that his heart was extremely disturbed. After a long time, Su Yu took a deep breath and said, "Of course you don't recognize them. In this world, there are definitely only a few people who can recognize them, because these words come from the Book of First Heavens. The Book of First Heavens was the last thing that Yun Yazi gave to Suyu. It was a wonderful book full of the mysteries of the universe and the truth of the world. If one could comprehend it thoroughly, one could master the 8 supreme profound meanings of the world. Unfortunately, Suyu had only comprehended part of it and had no time to comprehend it. Now he found part of the book of first heavens on an ancient stone tablet. Suyu happened to recognize the content. The original meaning of the ancient stone tablet was, "In the past, when the sinful lady was born, the great path collapsed and all the emperors were slaughtered. The emperors burned their royal blood, skinned their divine flesh, extracted their souls, and cast the 9 emperor stone tablet to suppress the sinful lady here. However, the sinful lady was born in response to the heavens, and was born with the great path of heaven and earth. The 9 emperor stone tablet can suppress her for hundreds of millions of years, but it can't suppress her forever. If one day the ancient tomb is broken, the future generations who are proficient in inscriptions must leave with this tablet and lead the creatures of the god realm to escape. The sinful lady was born, and the great path was destroyed. Future generations, take care." It was a short line of words, but Suyu spent half an hour to slowly decipher it. However, the content of the interpretation shocked Suyu. Who was the sinful lady? In the past, the 9 emperors of the galaxy used their own flesh and soul to cast this tablet at all costs. How strong was she? Could the destruction of the ancient god realm be related to this sinful lady? Chapter 1305. Sinful Girl. Suyu stared at the Tai Chi diagram, staring at the 10,000 blood symbols, and suddenly felt a chill. In the ancient god realm, such a great evil creature of heaven and earth was suppressed. Born in response to the heavens, born with the great way of heaven and earth, even the 9 emperors could not suppress it forever. Now, everything was as the inscription of the 9 emperors said. After hundreds of millions of years, the sinful girl could not be suppressed, and the ancient tomb was broken. It can't be such a coincidence that I came to the ancient god realm just in time to see the birth of the sinful girl. Suyu thought. He somewhat believed the purple-eyed, demonic god's evaluation of him, the source of chaos. Everywhere he went, there was no chaos, messing with the enemy, absorbing luck, strengthening himself and the people around him. However, at this moment, Suyu could not laugh. The turmoil involved this time was too shocking. It involved the secret of the destruction of the ancient god realm billions of years ago, and involved the fall of the 9 divine warriors of heaven and earth. The former divine warriors of heaven and earth of the Xing River were destroyed overnight. The tens of millions of cavern worlds that densely covered the Xing River were destroyed, leaving only the Eastern and Western alliances. All of this perhaps could be answered. Suyu reread the inscription and stared at it deeply. The inscription said that if one could read the heavenly book, he could leave with this tablet and lead the creatures of the ancient god realm to escape. However, where could he escape to? Walking to the front of the inscription, Suyu touched the stone tablet. Immediately, 9 remnant thoughts of the emperors emerged from the tablet, sharply sweeping through Suyu's soul. The words of the heavenly book that Suyu knew in his life involuntarily emerged in his mind. Then the 9 thoughts receded, and the stone tablet trembled, causing the entire underground crack to tremble. The tomb guard eggs were constantly falling off. Is the stone tablet going to recognize me as its master? Suyu was surprised. 9 divine warriors of heaven and earth. The steels forged with their blood, flesh, and souls would definitely be able to shock all living beings, even the great Tao of heaven. Getting this thing was no less than getting the inheritance of the ancient civilization. The stone tablet slowly left the earth, leaving a deep pit. To Suyu's surprise, there was something in the deep pit. Looking closely, it was a strange wing, only the size of a palm. The left wing was white, and the right wing was black. The wings emitted black and white light, intertwining in the air to form a Tai Chi pattern. It was exactly the same as the Taiji stone gate. Green Bead stared at the wings for a long time, and she seemed to be thinking about something. After that, she was shocked and said, Could this be the yin-yang tai chi wings of the Grand Qing Emperor? Su Yu's pupils dilated. How could the weapon of an emperor be an ordinary item? Without thinking about it, Su Yu sucked the yin-yang tai chi wings into his palm. The moment he touched it, the pair of wings disappeared into Su Yu's body. Su Yu was shocked. He immediately looked inside and found that the yin-yang tai chi wings were in his abdomen, between the 2 grains of celestial energy. The divine power in the 2 grains of divine source was absorbed into the wings. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Worried that the 2 celestial energy spheres would be affected, the wings stopped absorbing. Compared to before, the wings that had absorbed Su Yu's divine energy had an additional layer of connection with Su Yu. It was as if the wings had integrated into Su Yu's body and become a part of him. Who is the Tai Qing Emperor? How much do you know about the yin-yang wings of Tai Chi? Lu Zhu stared at Su Yu without blinking. Even though she was a woman, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole had actually been refined by Su Yu. There was no doubt that this thing was left by the 9 emperors for the person who obtained the stone tablet. With extreme shock, Lu Zhu said the Tai Qing Emperor was the last emperor of the ancient god realm. He was proficient in the supreme, heavenly technique. He once used his own divine bones to forge the world's first flying imperial saint artifact, the yin-yang tai chi wings. This thing is ranked 19th on the list of ancient divine weapons. It is the strongest flying object in the ancient god realm. It can travel hundreds of millions of miles with a single thought. Hearing this, Su Yu's heart thumped. An imperial saint artifact, ranked 19th? It was 2 ranks higher than the 21st ranked Milky Way star sand. How could Su Yu not be surprised to get such a heaven-defying imperial saint artifact? Thinking about it, the process just now should have been a simple owner recognition process. Su Yu was able to control the yin-yang tai chi wings to a certain extent. It was a worthwhile trip to get this treasure. But more importantly, this stone tablet was forged by the 9 emperors at the expense of itself. The value of this thing was far greater than the yin-yang tai chi wings. The stone tablet slowly floated in the void, and a great thought penetrated the stone tablet, turning into 9 silk threads, extending toward Su Yu. This was the great thought of the 9 emperors guiding the stone tablet to help Su Yu refine it. Otherwise, who in the world could refine something forged by the 9 emperors? Su Yu stared at it without blinking. He was always calm, but his breathing gradually became rapid. Lu Zhu forgot about herself and stared at the stone tablet. However, at this moment, a pitch-black giant claw suddenly slammed down from the void and pressed on the stone tablet. Boom! The stone tablet roared and trembled constantly, and a trace of the great thought resisted. However, under the giant claw, the stone tablet in the air was slowly pressed down. Su Yu and Lu Zhu were taken aback. The stone tablet that suppressed the heavenly law was actually pressed down. Looking up at the giant claw, they found at this moment that above the stone door there was a snake-like creature with a body of 10,000 feet long, covered with black scales. It exuded a terrible aura that could shock the gods. Just a glance at it made Su Yu's heart beat wildly. This feeling was even more terrible than facing the demonic god of 6 paths. Su Yu only had this feeling when he faced the giant of the bitter sea. What shocked Su Yu even more was that the head of this snake-like behemoth turned out to be a dragon's head. In other words, this was a real dragon, and it was a deity-level dragon god. A long time ago, Su Yu had seen a divine dragon. Even if it was a quasi-god divine dragon, a drop of divine dragon blood was purer than the mature gods of other creatures. According to the evil god, the divine dragon was superior to most creatures and was born to be proficient in the great law of heaven and earth. It could suppress the stone tablet precisely because of this. Moreover, The divine dragon in front of him was obviously not an ordinary divine dragon, but a supreme existence comparable to the giant of the bitter sea. At this moment, a pair of dark red eyes of the black dragon, in the darkness, quietly stared at Suyu. It felt as if the supreme master of a universe was calmly looking at an ant. As soon as he looked at him, Suyu was paralyzed and his body was out of control. Suyu was anxious and bit the tip of his tongue. The stinging pain woke Suyu from the paralysis and forced him to control his body. "Hurry up!" The moment he regained control of his body, Suyu grabbed Luju and fled without thinking. As for the stone tablet, Suyu did not care at all. Swish! After a few breaths, Suyu flashed out of the vicinity of the stone door and flew out of the crack. The divine power of the 5 elements was operated to the extreme by him, turning it into the power of water. Suyu knew that even if the black dragon made a slight move, it would be fatal for them. The dark red eyes of the black dragon lying on the stone door turned slightly and locked on Suyu's figure from afar. A trace of indifferent killing intent was slowly revealed. Its huge nostrils gently puffed out a breath. That breath immediately turned into a little gray flame the size of a fingernail. Suyu, who was flying away, heard the divine nine-dragon cauldron in his mind and issued a rare urgent warning. Suyu looked back and his pupils shrank. Wasn't that the gray flame they saw before, the flame that melted a deep pit on the ground? Chapter 1306. Nothing was spared from the dragon's breath. The tomb guard eggs along the way were all turned into ashes. Any tribe leader would find it difficult to resist such a flame, let alone Suyu. Without hesitation, Suyu took out a large piece of golden wreckage, which was the fragment of the golden flames forbidden wood boat that day. The wreckage rotated and condensed into a wall behind Suyu. Almost at this moment, the dragon's breath sprayed on the wall. Poof! After a stalemate of 2 breaths, the golden flames forbidden wood, which was known for its sturdiness, was melted by the dragon's breath. It should be known that the water of the bitter sea that day could not do anything to the golden flames forbidden wood. However, after 2 breaths, Suyu shouted, "Domain of life!" A mass of turquoise light, centered on Suyu, radiated 1,000 feet in all directions. The dragon's breath struck, turning Suyu and Luju into flying ashes in an instant. However, the moment they turned into flying ashes, they were restored by the domain of life. "Hurry up!" Suyu pulled Luju and fled frantically. The dragon's breath was hot in pursuit. In an instant, it caught up with Suyu and turned them into ashes. Under the domain of life, the 2 were restored again. The dragon's breath gradually weakened. The dark red blood eyes of the black divine dragon on the stone gate flashed with a trace of coldness. It raised its huge claws and slapped toward Suyu. Crack! There was a loud noise, and the jade dragon carved on the divine nine-dragon cauldron let out a soft roar. The domain of life that lingered around Suyu suddenly disappeared like a candle in the wind. This, it was impossible for the demonic god of 6 paths to destroy the domain of life, let alone make the dragon on the divine nine-dragon cauldron roar. Suyu had no time to be shocked, because the remaining dragon's breath was coming. Without the domain of life, they would definitely die if they were contaminated again. Alternate space. At this critical moment, Suyu once again used his trump card. The power of time, space, and soul, the 3 supreme powers of heaven and earth, merged into one and rolled up the dragon's breath. The dragon's breath, which was about to hit Suyu and the others, seemed to be drawn into another space and time. Not only was it frozen, but it also disappeared. However, at this moment, the eyes of the black divine dragon suddenly flashed with killing intent, and the dragon's claws struck like a shadow. The alternate space was shattered in an instant. This was the first time an alternate dimension had been broken. The dragon claw tore through the space, its momentum unabated as it headed straight for Suyu. Suyu was horrified. If the domain of life could be shattered with a single slap, How could he resist the dreadful power of the dragon claw? 9 Emperor Shroud. Suyu bellowed as he took out the shroud. The shroud expanded and wrapped around the dragon claw. How powerful was the shroud that was stained with the blood of the 9 divine warriors of heaven and earth in the galaxy. Anything that was enveloped by the 9 emperors' remnant would be turned into a puddle of blood. However, this unparalleled blood-red robe was easily torn apart by the dragon claws. The pitch-black dragon claw seemed to contain the supreme Great Tao, breaking through all obstacles. At this moment, Suyu felt like he was being targeted by death. Bang! At this moment, the 9 Emperor tablet suddenly vibrated, and the heavenly book characters carved on it left the 9 Emperor tablet and were imprinted on the divine Black Dragon's claw. Chi, chi, chi. Immediately, the Black Divine Dragon's giant claw emitted black smoke as if it had been fried in waste oil. Roar! The Black Divine Dragon roared in pain and immediately retracted his dragon claws. His dark red eyes were filled with monstrous resentment and hatred. The 9 Emperors of the Divine Realm, you have trapped me and my master for hundreds of millions of years. I want you to die a horrible death. Roar! With another earth-shattering roar, the Black Divine Dragon forcibly shook off the heavenly book characters. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the 9 Emperor tablet, Suyu immediately escaped. Insolent ant! Don't even think about leaving! The Black Divine Dragon opened his dragon mouth and roared. A rusty black fragment broke through the void and went straight to Suyu. Suyu did not look back, but he felt his whole body tremble, as if some supreme horror of heaven and earth had completely locked onto him. The yin and yang tai chi wings that were dormant in his body seemed to feel Suyu's boundless crisis and were activated on their own. Chi, behind Suyu, a pair of black and white wings suddenly spread out. The black and white tai chi diagram was suspended above Suyu's head. At first glance, Suyu was like a god, wrapped in the yin and yang divine light, with the pattern of the Tai Chi diagram above his head. Whoosh! With a flap of the wings, Suyu suddenly felt that the yin and yang of heaven and earth were reversed. The next moment, Suyu appeared directly above the spirit vein outside the crack. Suyu was shocked. He had walked in the crack for a full 5 days before barely reaching the ancient tomb. In the end, he left the ancient tomb directly and returned to the outside world. Even a god could never have such a speed. Recalling the moment when the wings were flapped, Suyu somewhat understood the true meaning of the yin and yang tai chi wings. Shuttling through yin and yang, one step into billions of spaces. How did you get out? At the edge of the deep pit, General, who looked up at Suyu in horror, showing a look of disbelief. He waited secretly at the edge of the deep pit according to the request of the Mermaid Emperor. The Mermaid Emperor said that if Suyu was alive, he would definitely come back in 10 days. However, it was only the 5th day, and he actually came out. The strangest thing was that General, who did not notice how he came out. Suyu glanced at him and had no time to pay attention to him. The feeling of being locked on by the supreme being of heaven and earth still showed no signs of disappearing. With a thought, Suyu tried to control the yin and yang tai chi wings and launched another space transfer. The thought was conveyed, but the yin and yang tai chi wings began to absorb the power of Suyu's celestial source origin again. It was not a little like the last time, but all the divine power in the celestial source origin. Suyu was shocked. Without the nourishment of divine power, the celestial source origin would shrink. However, there was no time to think about it. The yin and yang tai chi wings were launched, and the yin and yang were in chaos again. The next moment, Suyu appeared in an unknown wasteland. However, what made Suyu's face sink was that after 2 consecutive jumps of billions of spaces, he still did not get rid of the Supreme Being's lock. A strong sense of crisis lingered in Suyu's heart. This feeling was unprecedentedly strong. What had caught up with him? Suyu's heart sank as he stared in the direction behind him. The evil god woke up and said in a low and solemn voice, "The great path law. Suyu, what taboo have you touched? How can you be locked by the great path law?" Its tone was also unprecedentedly solemn, never so solemn. "A dragon, a black divine dragon," Suyu said. Swish! Suyu's eyebrows rotated, and a black dog as huge as a mountain appeared in front of Suyu. The evil god rarely showed his real body, and this time it was one of them. His huge eyes stared in the direction of the ancient tomb, as if he was perceiving something. He murmured in confusion, "Black divine dragon, black divine dragon!" Suddenly the evil god's eyes widened, bursting with a horrified light. His huge body trembled uncontrollably, and his tone was full of fear. It's the world annihilation dragon. How could it be here?" Suyu was secretly shocked. This was the first time he had seen the evil god feel fear. In his memory, the evil god was a deity of origin and seemed to have an extraordinary background. However, he was so afraid of that black divine dragon. Chapter 1307. However, he had no time to ask at this moment. The great Tao laws were locking him down even more tightly. He could sense that the thing was speeding towards him. At the same time, in the mermaid tribe, the mermaid emperor, who was deep in thought, suddenly had a drastic change in his expression. He suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of the ancient tomb, his eyes flashing with horror. Fragments of the great path law? The world annihilation dragon had actually used this thing. Who did it want to kill? It's Suyu. It's impossible. In front of the world annihilation dragon, Suyu is like an ant. Either he doesn't care to kill him, or he can kill him 10,000 times with a single thought. General Blackfish and General Carp also hurried over to report that God's blood was raining down from the sky above the mermaid tribe. It was General who he was dead. The two of them were shocked, speechless. General, who was merely guarding the deep pit and waiting for his prey. How did he suddenly perish? The mermaid emperor's face was gloomy. The plan can only be brought forward. If the seal is broken, we will not be able to escape. Immediately send troops to the Yiksha and Frogman tribes. Yes, the two of them did not dare to ask any more questions. The death of General, who made them feel exceptionally uneasy. At the same time, the strongest warriors of the Yiksha tribe and the Frogman tribe looked up at the spirit vein. That sudden eruption of great Tao laws deeply alarmed them. Since ancient times, only the sovereigns of the heaven and earth were able to grasp the laws of the grand Tao. Moreover, they could only grasp the slightest bit of it. Ever since the 9 emperors had fallen, the ancient god realm hadn't seen a law of the great Tao for far too long. The appearance of this item caused a huge uproar. The news spread like wildfire among the 2 tribes. No, the 99 tribes of the southern domain. The law of the great path appeared in the world, and it was suspected that it was the work of the divine warrior of heaven and earth. While the powerhouses were paying close attention to the great path rules, Suyu, who was the target of the attack, was facing an unprecedented crisis. Suyu, once the law of the great path has been locked on, it will not change unless the target perishes from this world. The evil god was very serious. In particular, the world annihilation dragon is a divine dragon. He is naturally good at controlling the great path law. This trace of the great path law contains a trace of his great killing intent. As long as his great will is not extinguished, the great path law will not stop. Suyu's gaze turned grave. The situation was much more serious than he had imagined. Suyu grabbed the 5 elements mountain with one hand and placed it in front of his chest. At the same time, he took out the 5 elements divine prison. Since Suyu had promised the black-green water dragon that he would let it go after resisting the demonic god of 6 paths for a while, the water dragon had not left Suyu's side. Now that danger was imminent, Suyu had no choice but to use it. But that was not enough. Shwa! With a shake of the Buddhist beads on Suyu's wrist, a veiled young lady, who had been sitting cross-legged, sat cross-legged on the ground. Sensing the changes in the outside world, The young lady slowly opened her eyes. A pair of beautiful amethyst pupils blossomed with dreamy colors. "Mr. Su, do you need me?" Bai Wanqing curtsied, without the slightest arrogance on her face. Su Yu said, "How much of the purple-eyed demonic god's divine path have you inherited?" 99%, Bai Wanqing said calmly. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to inherit the divine path to perfection. She was able to inherit 99% of the divine path, which was considered an anomaly. "All right, I need you to help me find something." "Young Master Su, please." Bai Wanqing's eyes lit up and she smiled faintly. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She wanted to show Su Yu that she wasn't any weaker than anyone else. "Great Tao laws." Bai Wanqing's face froze and her smile faded. Her purple eyes scanned the surroundings and suddenly focused in the direction of the ancient tomb. The pretty face under the veil was filled with shock. "It really is the great Tao laws." Bai Wanqing's beautiful face changed. Such a supreme object of heaven and earth had actually appeared. As a divine path that spied on all the secrets of heaven and earth, she and her master were no strangers to the great Tao laws that existed in the dark. Even their eyes could see the great Tao chains that ordinary people couldn't see. However, this was the first time she had seen, no, it was the first time she had heard of the great Tao laws being manipulated by others and carrying murderous intent. The target of the murderous intent was none other than Su Yu. "Can you see its essence and weaknesses?" Su Yu asked. Bai Wanqing's soul stirred and her eyes showed fear. Prying into the great Tao laws was a taboo for divine paths like them. Her master had warned her more than once that there were many taboos in the world that they could not pry into easily. Otherwise, they would be punished by the heavens. However, her master had fallen, and she no longer had any guidance in her life. If she really wanted to fulfill her master's unfulfilled wish and pass on the purple-eyed divine path forever, then she could only surpass her master. Therefore, she wanted to try the forbidden prying that her master had never tried in his life. "All right, I'll give it a try." Bai Wanqing took a deep breath, and her purple pupils became brighter and brighter. 2 rays of purple light gradually shot out, penetrating everything in the world and penetrating the great Tao laws. With just a glance, Bai Wanqing's delicate body suddenly trembled, and blood flowed from her mouth. Her whole body, from the inside out, was constantly burning with an inexplicable flame, burning her. "I see it, it's a metal fragment." "Yes, it's a fragment of the great Tao chains." Bai Wanqing was in the raging fire, but her eyes were persistent. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted, "Enough, stop!" "Not enough, I can continue to pry. Even the great Tao laws have natural weaknesses." Bai Wanqing was determined to surpass her master and fulfill his last wish. At this moment, Bai Wanqing was as graceful as a moth, leaping towards the beautiful flame. The purple light in his eyes suddenly became extremely bright, like 2 purple stars illuminating this part of the world. In the world, all hidden secrets had nowhere to hide. "I see it. That is the fragment of the chain that was forcibly broken by the World Annihilation Dragon. It is stained with its dragon blood. If the dragon blood can be dissolved..." At this point, Bai Wanqing's voice stopped abruptly. She was still talking, but her voice seemed to be interfered with by the great Tao laws, and only she could hear it. At the same time, the burning flames on her body suddenly erupted, drowning her in a sea of fire. When the flames dissipated, only 2 remnant purple lights were left, and they gradually dimmed. The evil god sighed with emotion. The ancients said, "If you hear the way in the morning, you can die at night." She is also a sacrifice for the way, which is admirable and lamentable. Su Yu was silent, and with a wave of his hand, he held the 2 remaining pale purple lights in his palm. "The phoenix can be reborn from the fire, and you can only be reborn after martyrdom," Su Yu whispered. "Bring the dead back to life." A wonderful wave vibrated from Su Yu's palm. The two purple lights in his palm that were about to fade were bright again, bright and beautiful, and eventually turned into purple light and shadow. When the purple light dissipated, a moving and graceful body reappeared in front of Suyu. Witnessing this scene, the evil god's pupils shrank to the extreme. The power of the great Tao laws. The evil god took a breath. The dead could not be resurrected, and yin and yang could not be reversed. If there was, it must be that the great Tao laws had been changed. He had followed Suyu for a long time, but had never taken the initiative to explore Suyu's secrets. However, what Suyu showed today shocked him, and it was no less than knowing the existence of the world annihilation dragon. Although Bai Wanqing was resurrected, she fell into some kind of deep sleep, and wisps of light constantly emerged from her eyes. Suyu smiled slightly. Congratulations! You have surpassed the purple-eyed demonic god, and your divine path has entered a new realm. The Buddha's light flickered, and Bai Wanqing was taken into it to rest quietly. The next time she appeared, she would be in a completely new state. Suyu looked in the direction of the great Tao laws again and whispered softly, "The shard of the ropeway is stained with the blood of the world annihilation dragon." A glimmer of hope burned in Suyu's heart. If so, there was still a chance of survival. Milky Way star sand, Suyu shouted, and the large star river light in his palm left his body and turned into a Milky Way that surrounded him. Stripping away the blood of the world annihilation dragon was the only way to survive. If the 5 elements mountain and the 5 elements divine prison could block the great Tao laws for a moment, the Milky Way star sand could be used. However, this was far from enough. Suyu's mind moved, and a majestic figure appeared behind him. It had black hair and black eyes, looking down on the world. Then, another majestic figure stood behind him. It only had half of its body, and its whole body was colorful. It had a red head, a purple right hand, an emerald chest, a white right leg, and a pitch-black foot. However, it was not over. Behind it, there was another looming figure. It was a complete figure, full of the power of 5 elements. Green Bead was flabbergasted. 3 divine das? My God! How did you comprehend 3 divine paths alone? It was the first time she had heard of someone who could walk 3 divine paths at the same time. The second divine path, in particular, was the strangest. It only had the right half of its body, but every part exuded a strong sense of divine path, as if every part represented a divine path. After preparing these, Suyu took out the demon god's cage. After opening it, several souls whose minds had been erased surged out. After doing this, the breath of the great Tao laws was already approaching. Suyu slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, Suyu felt that although the world was vast, there was no place that was not sealed. That small piece of chain fragment seemed to contain the supreme will to bind the world. No one could save him. Yun Yazi couldn't. The evil god couldn't. No one could. The only one who could save him was himself. The wind stopped. The clouds stopped. The rivers and great rivers also stopped flowing. The evil god and Luzhu also stopped. The whole world stopped. Time stood still at this moment. This was the great Tao laws, all-encompassing and containing all the mysteries of the world. Under the laws, the will of any creature was futile. However, Suyu moved. A pair of deep, starry eyes that pierced through the Milky Way slowly opened. At the moment of opening, a fragment that was white and red, yellow and blue, black and purple, like many colors, crossed hundreds of millions of miles and shot toward Suyu. Where it appeared, the world was still, as if it was the only one in the world. It was hard to say what it looked like. It looked like a fragment of a chain, but at a closer look, it looked like a world, and at a closer look, it looked like a galaxy. This indescribable and indescribable supreme object of heaven and earth shot toward Suyu. Suyu's eyes were purple, and the power of time was activated, allowing him to take a step in the still time and space. I also have the time law, Suyu murmured, his fingertips pointing at the still 5 elements mountain. The Five Elements mountain rotated for a while, fixed on the ground in front of Su Yu's body. The fragment of the law turned a blind eye and shot forward. Poof! In front of the fragment, the Five Elements mountain was nothing and was directly penetrated. Bang! Chapter 1308. The Five Elements mountain was broken. The law fragments continued to attack. This time, they pierced through the Five Elements' divine prison. Bang! With another loud bang, the Five Elements' divine prison, an Emperor Base Saint artifact, was also broken. The fragment of the law was not obstructed in the slightest, and it headed straight for Su Yu. Su Yu took a deep breath, and with a thought, he summoned a group of souls in front of him. Pucci, without any suspense, these souls were also pierced through by the law fragments and reduced to dust. Su Yu's eyes turned serious, and the three majestic figures behind him took a step forward. The five-colored, transparent phantom image represented Su Yu's Five Elements divine path. The black-haired and black-eyed figure represented Su Yu's inverse divine path. The colorful half-body figure represented Su Yu's comprehension of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Three figures stood in a straight line in front of Su Yu, shielding him. The power of laws easily penetrated the projection of the Five Elements divine Tao, causing it to shatter into nothingness on the spot. Su Yu groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The Five Elements divine path he had comprehended had been destroyed. The law fragment did not slow down at all as it slammed into the black-haired, black-eyed figure. It wanted to pierce through as usual, but it was unexpectedly obstructed by a wave of defying will, causing it to actually stop for half a breath. Half a breath of time later, the law fragments pierced through it. Su Yu spat out another mouthful of blood essence, his face as pale as a sheet. The inverse divine way was also destroyed. Finally, the law fragment bombarded the colorful figure. At the moment of impact, the multicolored figure that only had half of its body left rapidly circulated with five-colored light. Time power, space power, soul power, life power, and death power, the five supreme powers of heaven and earth, circulated at the same time. The fragment was forced to a standstill and could only slowly enter the body of the colorful figure. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and the vast star river in front of him flew over and enveloped the rule fragment. The powerful separation force stripped the world annihilation dragon blood from the fragment. A trace of captivating red blood slowly seeped out of the law fragment. The difficulty of stripping this thing was comparable to the blood of the giant of the bitter sea. The only difference was that Su Yu was running out of time. 10 breaths later, the law fragment successfully pierced through the rainbow-colored figure. The last of the divine Tao was destroyed. However, only a trace of the world annihilation dragon blood was extracted from the chain of law. Su Yu's eyes were filled with unwillingness, and his heart was in turmoil. Since when had he ever lowered his head? "It's not over yet." Su Yu bellowed angrily, unwilling to accept his fate. So what if it's the Grand Tao laws? Su Yu's left eye glowed purple, his right eye glowed red, and both of his pupils glowed white. His left palm was emerald and his right palm was pitch black. From the looks of it, it was extremely similar to the stalwart figure with half of its body. The only difference was that Su Yu had a complete body at the moment. Time and space are kings, life and death are emperors, and the soul is supreme. Su Yu shouted in a low voice. The 5 powers of the divine nine-dragon cauldron were all activated for the first time. All of a sudden, Su Yu's body was covered in 5 different colors. Indistinctly, one could see the virtual shadows of chains surrounding Su Yu's body. The evil god and green bead sucked in a cold breath. Law chains. The eyes of the evil god trembled. The chain of law was an astronomical phenomenon that could only be triggered by the divine kings of heaven and earth. It actually appeared on a junior who hadn't even reached the level of a deity. This was because Suyu's 5 types of energy were the highest profound meanings in the world that were closest to the Great Path rules. It was not impossible for the 5 types of energy to appear at the same time and trigger the resonance of the Great Path rules. Law of Time! Suyu shouted, and the purple light suddenly became extremely bright. One of the chains of rules that surrounded Suyu's body trembled and flew out in response to Suyu's shout, colliding with the fragments of the chains that were attacking him. Ding! With a soft sound, the two collided. The fragment of the Law of Time summoned by Suyu was easily shattered and turned into nothingness. This was all because the chain of law triggered by Suyu was too weak. As for the chain fragment, although it was broken, it was complete. However, the fragment was also blocked for 2 breaths. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Milky Way star Sand extracted a trace of the world annihilation, dragon's blood. Law of Space! Suyu shook another chain of the Law of the Great Path without hesitation and bombarded the incoming fragment. After successfully blocking for 2 breaths, a trace of the world annihilation dragon's blood was extracted. Law of Soul! Law of Life! Law of Death! Every time Suyu sacrificed one, he blocked the fragment of the law for 2 breaths and also extracted a trace of divine blood. From the beginning, the chain firmly locked on Suyu, but now the chain was shaking, and the lock on Suyu had loosened. After extracting 6 traces of the world annihilation dragon's blood, the world annihilation dragon in the ancient tomb also lost its precise control. However, the 5 laws had been exhausted. The chain fragment could no longer resist, and it penetrated Suyu's body. At this moment, the world was silent. The evil god's dog eyes were filled with hot tears, and Luju also covered her face. He had failed after all. Although he finally triggered the law of the Great Path and resisted it with the power of the law. However, he still failed. The law of the Great Path penetrated his body and killed his star god. All the breath that existed in the world was erased. Evil God! Suyu's mouth was full of blood, and his body was shaking. He did not even have the strength to look back. The moment the law of the Great Path passed through his body, Suyu felt that he had lost everything. I hope you can pass a message to Yun Yazi for me. The evil god's eyes were full of grief and indignation. It seemed to see the old Xing River. The world annihilation dragon's mouth contained the law of the past, obliterating one Xing River overlord after another. It could only hide in a drop of divine blood and watch the people it knew perish one after another. Now, even Suyu could not escape this fate. Go ahead. The evil god lifted its leg and wiped its eyes. Perhaps this was the last time in its life that it would see Suyu. He was about to disappear from the world. Tell the old man that I failed to live up to his expectations. Suyu sighed faintly. The evil god nodded its head, and its tears rolled down. Take care. With a calm smile on his face, Suyu slowly closed his eyes. This life was wonderful, but it was also filled with regrets. He still owed Siener and Xia Jingyu a future. Boom! With a soft sound, Suyu turned into ashes. His breath, his everything, was erased from the world. Except for the memories he left for others, there was no longer Suyu in the world. Woof! The evil god raised its head, tears streaming down its old face, and let out a long and desolate bark. Time and space were silent, and only this lonely bark could be heard, sending Suyu off. However, at this moment, where Suyu turned into powder from the ashes, flew out 5 palm-sized dragons, purple, red, white, green, and black. They entwined with each other, spitting out crystal light from their mouths. In the light, a quaint little cauldron was gradually revealed. The little cauldron was ancient, as if it came from a distant era. A mysterious breath surrounded the little cauldron, lingering for a long time. With the little cauldron as the center, the ashes of Suyu were slowly collected into the little cauldron. The fragments of the Great Path rules seemed to sense it and rushed to the little cauldron. On the surface of the little cauldron, The 9 carved dragons were resurrected in an instant, flying and entangling the flying fragments of the great path rules, and dragging them into the little cauldron. The evil god, who was in sorrow, suddenly froze, staring at the little cauldron, and its eyes became smaller and smaller, and eventually turned into a needle. It even forgot Su Yu's death, forgot its sorrow, and stared at the little cauldron without blinking, murmuring, "The divine 9-dragon cauldron this, buzz, buzz, buzz." With a violent tremor, the divine 9-dragon cauldron spewed out a mass of milky white blood, along with Su Yu's ashes and a fragment of the chain of rules. The 3 sprayed into the air and merged into one. The milky white blood emitted a soft light, shaping a body. From the bones to the meridians to the internal organs to the skin, every inch was reshaped. The ashes were integrated into every corner of the body, leaving nothing behind. The fragment of the chain of rules was deeply embedded in the heart of the body. No, it replaced the heart. The chain of rules directly became the heart of the body. When the skin and facial features of this body gradually became clear, the evil god and Lu Zhu froze in place until they came to their senses and showed ecstasy. Su Yu. That was Su Yu. The divine 9-dragon cauldron absorbed the blood of the world-annihilating dragon in the chain of rules and used the dragon blood as the price to shape the body. Using Su Yu's ashes as the foundation, it integrated into the body. The chain of rules was replaced with Su Yu's heart. This was not a simple rebirth, but a new nirvana. A gust of wind blew, and Su Yu slowly opened his eyes, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. "I am still alive?" Su Yu murmured as he regained consciousness. Suddenly, Su Yu stared at the small cauldron in front of him, and his pupils gradually shrank. This is the divine 9-dragon cauldron. He had only ever seen it in his soul, and this was the first time he discovered that the divine 9-dragon cauldron had left his soul. Roar! Inside the divine cauldron, there were 9 faint dragon roars. Then, the divine cauldron rotated and disappeared into Su Yu's head. Su Yu looked inside and saw that the divine cauldron was entrenched in the center of his soul, just as it used to be. Did the divine cauldron save me? Su Yu immediately realized and was surprised and happy. The evil god wept with joy, and his huge body ran over, laughing with tears in his eyes. "Give me back my dog Tears." Su Yu was stunned, and when he found the tear stains in the corner of his eyes, his heart warmed. He reached out and patted the dog paw that was coming over. "Yes, I owe you a few drops of dog tears." However, just as Su Yu was about to touch him, something strange happened. He saw that Su Yu's palm was suddenly covered with dark dragon scales, and his whole arm turned into a dragon claw. At the moment of contact, the evil god screamed and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of dog blood. His huge body was slapped away like a piece of paper. As the evil god flew backward, he screamed and cursed. "What the hell? What happened to you?" After smashing countless mountains, the evil god climbed out of the ruins, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and stared at Su Yu angrily. As a result, the evil god was shocked and lost his voice. World Annihilation Dragon! He saw that Su Yu's body was quickly covered with black scales, and in a short time his whole person had turned into a 3-feet-long black dragon. Although it was not as huge as the real World Annihilation Dragon, its appearance was extremely similar. Su Yu was also stunned, and immediately turned his mind. The scales on the surface of his body quickly receded, and he returned to his human form. This is the dragon form technique. Su Yu was stunned. He had practiced the dragon form technique, and with the dragon tendons in his body as the foundation, he could transform into a golden dragon, but the power was average, only comparable to the 4th realm of the Dust Fairy. But now he had transformed into the form of the World Annihilation Dragon and slapped the evil god half to death, which was unexpected. Chapter 1309. The first stage of the evil dragon divine body was the first dragon body. When this stage was cultivated to its peak, it would be the body of the 9 dragons. The second stage was the divine dragon body that the evil god mentioned. Most of the body was molded by the blood of the divine dragon. Moreover, the body molded by the divine 9-dragon cauldron was far safer than adding body parts of the divine dragon to the body. The molded body had no hidden dangers. Su-yu felt like he was dreaming when he reached the divine dragon body in such a short time. He clenched his fists, and an amazing power came from his flesh and blood. Even without the divine power, Su-yu could blow away ordinary gods with one palm. If he transformed into the world annihilation dragon, he could kill ordinary gods with his own hands without any pressure. Not only that, but his 5 senses were extremely sensitive. With a sweep of his mind, he could discover any movement in the hundreds of millions of mountains and rivers. Such a terrible perception could not be achieved by ordinary gods. He did not expect to survive this disaster and advance to the divine dragon body. The evil god was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He gritted his teeth and said with envy and jealousy, "Damn it, in the ancient god realm back then, there weren't many people who could cultivate this evil dragon divine body to the divine dragon body stage. Even I didn't. You got lucky." Su-yu smiled and asked about what happened during the short period of death. Knowing that the fragment of the great path had also integrated into his heart, Su-yu was shocked. He immediately looked inside his body and was shocked. His undying heart disappeared and was replaced by a rusty chain fragment. The blood vessels in his body were passed through by the chain fragment. The evil god's eyes showed deep envy. "Your luck is so great that it can't be stopped. You are integrated with the rules. As long as the blood vessels are watered day and night, your blood will flow with the power of the rules. After the upper stage, any punch will carry the great path rules. Even at this stage, it will be of great help to the 5 supreme great path profound meanings that you have cultivated. If you don't believe me, you can try." Su-yu's heart moved. The power of time, the power of space, the power of soul, the power of life, and the power of death were displayed one by one. Su-yu was shocked to discover that he could trigger the appearance of the faintly discernible chains of the rule when he used any kind of energy alone. Like I said, these 5 kinds of profound meanings can cause the laws of heaven and earth to descend. It has an additional effect on the profound meanings you use. In this way, your 5 profound meanings won't be broken so easily. The evil god's eyes were red with jealousy. Indeed, although the 5 types of energy had yet to evolve into the power of law, they were far more powerful than before. It would not be so easy for them to escape Su-yu's power if they were to encounter the strongest people in the world again. Moreover, according to the evil god, the benefits had just begun. From now on, the fragment of the rule that was watering his heart day and night would integrate into Su-yu's limbs and bones, allowing Su-yu to destroy his enemies with the rule at any time. The harvest this time was unimaginable. Suddenly, Su-yu's heart shook. 3 majestic figures appeared behind him. Su-yu's eyes were filled with delight. The transparent phantom of the 5 elements, divine, Tao, instantly solidified. This was a sign that the 5 elements, divine, Tao had reached the great accomplishment stage. The powerful figure with black hair and black eyes seemed extremely real, and he could even feel the breath of the powerful figure. This was a sign of the completion of the reverse divine Tao. Looking at the 5-colored body, the figure that originally had only half of the body had another half, but it was a little transparent. "Oh my God! The divine Tao has also been condensed." The evil god's eyes widened. Every kind of divine Tao was tempered, and it often took a lifetime to perfect a kind of divine Tao. However, Su-yu easily completed 3 kinds, especially the reverse divine Tao, which had reached the perfect state. In theory, as long as Su-yu ignited the reverse divine Tao, he could ascend to the stage of deification and advance to the realm of early-stage quasi-gods. Su-yu laughed. Being destroyed by the chain of the rule really has an unimaginable tempering effect. He used 3 kinds of divine Tao to resist the fragment of the rule, but he never thought that there would be such a big gain. Now that the fragment of the rule was integrated into his body, wouldn't the solidification of the divine Tao improve by leaps and bounds? Staring at the reverse divine Tao, Suyu did not intend to ignite it. If he became a deity now, it would be equivalent to giving up the 5 elements divine Tao and the more important 5-colored divine Tao. I wonder what it would be like to ignite several kinds of divine Tao at the same time. Suyu's eyes were full of longing. This time the harvest was great, but Suyu also lost 2 things that made his heart ache. 5 elements mountain, 5 elements divine prison. The chain of the rule shattered them. In particular, the 5 elements mountain, which had helped Suyu a lot, was gone just like that. Suyu looked at the 5 elements mountain that had exploded into a piece of debris, and suddenly his eyes narrowed. He flashed over and grabbed something from the pile of debris. When he looked at it, it turned out to be a golden key. This is it in the 5 elements mountain. Suyu was a little surprised. He had obtained the 5 elements mountain for a long time, but this was the first time he knew that there was a key hidden in the mountain. Judging from the breath, this key was exactly the same as the 5 elements mountain. Strange. Why didn't Gang Daliai's mother tell me? Did she deliberately hide it from me? Suyu's mind was racing, and he quietly put away the key. His eyes immediately turned and swept over the place where the 5 elements divine prison had been destroyed. It was also smashed by the fragments of the rule, leaving behind a ground of powder. With a stomp of his foot, a gust of wind blew away the debris of the 5 elements divine prison. Under the debris, a transparent amber the size of a fist was revealed. Inside the amber, one could clearly see that there were strange creatures with horrible breaths imprisoned one after another. The strong demonic energy they exuded was enough to prove their identity. They were from the demon clan, and they were extremely powerful demon gods. There were as many as hundreds of them, and they were half dead and half alive. They were forcibly sealed in the amber and could not move. Even so, Suyu could feel the frightening, ferocious breath from them. There were even a few breaths that were comparable to the breath of the giant of the bitter sea and the world annihilation dragon. What the hell was this? Suyu was taken aback. Evil god, do you know this? Suyu asked. The evil god shook his head, and his eyes were solemn. I have never seen it. At least, among the Star River overlords that I know, there is no such thing. However, the evil god stared at the amber and said, I can feel that this is the work of an emperor. Used to seal some strong people in this thing. Seal? Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Recalling that this thing was hidden in the 5 elements divine prison, he had a guess in his heart. Suddenly, Suyu and the evil god's eyes were fixed at the same time. They looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They said in unison, the demonic god of 6 paths. In the amber, they vaguely felt a trace of the power of the demonic god of 6 paths. How could it be? Suyu's heart moved, and his eyes slowly narrowed as he carefully glanced at the amber. Suddenly, Suyu's eyes fell on the corpse of a demon god that was about to dry up. If one looked closely, they would find that there was a dark, green dragon tail in its mouth, and the tail was shaking from time to time. Soon, the tail slowly retracted, revealing the true body of the tail, a dark green dragon. Its mouth was full of milky white, divine blood. It stuck out its tongue and licked it greedily, and a pair of sly eyes rolled around. Then it crawled to the mouth of another demon god's corpse and secretly swallowed the divine blood and celestial energy spear of the demon god. The power of the demonic god of 6 paths was emitted from it. This power was wrapped around its claws, so it could open the mouth of the demon god. Otherwise, with the weak soul state of the dark green dragon, it could not do anything to the demon god's corpse. At this moment, it was completely unaware that because of the destruction of the 5 elements divine prison, its every move was clearly seen by the outside world. A cold smile appeared on Suyu's mouth. Oh, no wonder it didn't say anything for so long. It turned out that it had stolen the power of the demonic god of six paths during the last attack to covet these demon god corpses. If the five elements' divine prison had not been destroyed by the great path rules, Sue, you would still be in the dark. From the first time I met it, this dragon had bad intentions. Now it even devoured the demon god corpses behind Su Yu's back. What an evil heart! Su Yu's smile became colder and colder. It's time to end this dragon. Su Yu held the amber in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, the amber shook violently, and the dragon that had drilled into the demon god's corpse was forcibly pulled out by a force. The dark green dragon was shocked and looked around, constantly muttering something, trying to control the amber and stabilize its body. The evil god was secretly surprised. This is fighting for control. The dark green dragon understood something and glared fiercely at the outside world. Its control became more and more stable, and it quickly stabilized. Su Yu's mouth showed a faint smile. Over the years, he had not slacked in his understanding of the demon clan words. He had unknowingly understood more than 700 words, almost half of them. As for the dark green dragon, it obviously did not have Su Yu's cheating power of understanding. With a move of his mind, a strong force suddenly pulled the dark green dragon out. The dark green dragon was shocked and hurriedly tried to control it. However, what made him angry was that compared with Su Yu, his control of the amber was insignificant. Swish! With a soft sound, the dark green dragon was completely squeezed out of the amber. "This is mine!" The dark green dragon roared, and his figure changed, becoming 30 feet long. He bit the amber, trying to take it back. Su Yu smiled lightly, and with a crooked finger, the amber obediently returned to Su Yu's palm. "You are wrong, this is mine." The dark green dragon roared. "Impossible! When did you control it better than me?" "A long time ago." Su Yu shrugged. The dark green dragon's face was gloomy. "Su Yu, you and I have no grievances. Return the amber to me, and we will part ways from now on." Speaking of which, they did not have much conflict, if not for the first time he tried to plot against Su Yu. Su Yu said lightly, "First, the amber is mine, and I do not have the habit of giving my things to others at will. Secondly, if you wanted to part ways, you could have done so a long time ago after leaving the demon world. However, you secretly absorbed the god source and god blood of the demon god's corpse to strengthen yourself. This doesn't seem like you want to part ways." Chapter 13:10. On the one hand, Su Yu knew his secret, and on the other hand, Su Yu controlled the 5 elements mountain of the ice dragon. He wanted to take it back. In the end, his plan had been discovered by Su Yu. What made him even more furious was that Su Yu had taken control of the amber from his hands without a sound or trace. This feeling of going for wool and coming home shorn made the black-green water dragon extremely angry. "Su Yu, I advise you not to court death. Today, I am not the same as before." The black-green water dragon shouted coldly. Su Yu said calmly, "Oh, is that so? Why don't you try?" The black-green water dragon glanced at the evil god and was a little afraid. Then it looked around vigilantly. After confirming that there were no ambushers, it revealed a fierce light and grinned hideously. "That's fine. I plan to recover for a while and then settle the score with you. Since you want to die, then don't blame me." Roar! The black-green water dragon roared and slammed into Su Yu with his 3 feet long body. Unlike the previous soul body, the black-green water dragon had restored its divine body, and its strength had reached the realm of the gods. In his opinion, there was no doubt that he could kill Su Yu, an ant. However, when he was about to hit Su Yu, he saw a strange smile on Su Yu's face. Dragon transformation technique. Roar! A real dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. Su Yu's whole body was suddenly covered with a layer of dark, ink-like scales, and his body quickly turned into a 3 feet long dragon body. As a water dragon, he had a strong sense of the real dragon. The black-green water dragon exclaimed on the spot, "Real dragon!" What shocked the black-green water dragon even more was that the breath of this weird black dragon made the black-green water dragon tremble involuntarily. What was going on? In a daze, a black dragon, a black-green dragon, a dragon, and a water dragon collided together. The black-green water dragon gritted his teeth and made a preemptive strike. A black-green dragon claw with a dim light tore at Suyu's neck. Suyu's eyes flashed with a faint smile, and he raised his dragon claw and slapped it in the air. Crack! The black-green water dragon's dragon claw was smashed by Suyu's claw, leaving a bloody broken arm. With a painful roar, the black-green water dragon's huge tail turned into a residual shadow, sweeping towards Suyu with amazing power. Suyu's eyes were calm as he swept his long black dragon tail. Puff! Like tofu, the black-green flood dragon's tail was directly swept into minced meat. In just 2 moves, the black-green water dragon lost its claws and tail. The two weren't even on the same level. Sensing the crisis, the black-green flood dragon did not dare to underestimate it. He shouted, "It's not over yet!" True flood dragon fire. With a puff, the black-green water dragon spouted a mass of green flame from its mouth. The temperature was so high that even Suyu's dragon scales could feel the heat. Suyu's eyes were cold, and his nostrils flared. World-annihilating dragon breath. A ball of gray flames suddenly flew out from his nose and headed straight for the other party. Poochie! Under the world-annihilation dragon's breath, the true fire of the flood dragon was immediately pushed back, and it also touched the body of the black-green flood dragon. Ah! With a shrill scream, the black-green flood dragon's entire body was burned by the gray flame. In an instant, its flesh and blood tumbled and turned into a layer of black charcoal. Although this dragon's breath did not have the power of the real-world annihilation dragon, it was not something that ordinary gods could easily bear. Suyu snorted coldly, stepped forward, and slammed his claws down, pressing the black-green water dragon to the ground. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free. "Spare me! Please spare me! I dare not, never again!" In the raging fire, the black-green water dragon begged bitterly. Suyu pondered for a moment. "Open your mind!" The black-green water dragon struggled for a long time, trying to play some tricks, but the gray flame on its body burned deeper and deeper. If it continued to burn, it would hurt its foundation, so it had to quickly let go of the defense of its mind. Suyu spat out a mouthful of dragon blood into its mind. Soon, Suyu felt his own dragon blood in the deepest part of the black-green water dragon's mind. As long as Suyu detonated the dragon blood would turn into the world annihilation dragon's breath and melt him from the inside out. In this way, Suyu released his claws and retracted the dragon's breath. Having escaped from the brink of death, the black-green water dragon was paralyzed. Coupled with its severe injuries, it fell to the ground in a coma. Swish! Suyu returned to his human form and shook his head. "So weak." The evil god glared at him. "You are so arrogant, aren't you? You don't even put the gods in your eyes." Not long ago, Suyu was still being chased by several ordinary deities. Suyu shrugged and put the black-green water dragon into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. He wanted to ask the black-green water dragon about the amber and the key. After solving this hidden danger, Suyu said, "Let's go! The people of the mermaid tribe will come soon." The evil god was stunned. The mermaid tribe? Is there such a race in Xing River? After a pause, the evil god looked around, his eyes widened, and he said in surprise, "This is not Xing River. Where is this?" Only then did the evil god realize that the place he was in was no longer the world of Xing River. "Your reaction is really slow." Suyu shook his head and said slowly, "This place is the ancient god realm." Hearing this, the evil god shook his head like a rattle. "Ancient god realm? No, Xing River is the ancient god realm." "What? Su Yu's eyes widened. The world of Xing River was the ancient god realm? Wait. The evil god was suddenly shocked. He looked around, and his eyes became more and more surprised. Is this the lost ancient god realm? Su Yu said, Evil god, what is the connection between the ancient god realm and the lost ancient god realm? The evil god was shocked. Xing River is the birthplace of the ancient god realm, where a high-level civilization of the god realm was born, and the 9 emperors who created the world were born. But in the distant ancient times, a black shadow crossed the Xing River god realm, and a woman who came out of nowhere rode a black dragon. She came to Xing River god realm and destroyed the Xing River civilization. The 9 emperors fell, and at the cost of their own lives, they suppressed this woman and the black dragon. That black dragon was the World Annihilation Dragon. But the civilization of the Xing River god realm has been destroyed and almost destroyed. The strong people of that era were almost all extinct. All the emperors of heaven and earth, the overlords of the Xing River, and the gods of the caves were all destroyed. To this day, the remaining Xing River god realm has not even produced a single overlord of the Xing River, which shows the decline of the Xing River god realm. The evil god continued, if that was all, the galactic celestial realm might still have a chance to survive. After all, the 9 divine warriors of heaven and earth all had descendants, so there was still a chance for them to reproduce. However, not long after, another black shadow descended upon the galactic celestial realm. After it left, we found that more than half of the galactic celestial realm had disappeared. And the more than half that disappeared contains the last remaining civilization of the Xing River god realm. It is the last hope of the Xing River god realm. It is called the Lost God Realm. Looking around, the evil god's eyes lit up. If I'm not wrong, this is the Lost Land. Chapter 13:11. So you did not expose his identity. He was secretly savoring the past that the evil god had revealed. No wonder the World Annihilation Dragon is here. Evil God said solemnly. His eyes were filled with lingering fear. Even after billions of years, he still felt fear from the bottom of his heart. However, recalling that the World Annihilation Dragon's great path fragment, which had killed countless Star River overlords, had become Su Yu's heart, the evil god felt extremely relieved. He couldn't help but laugh and say, the World Annihilation Dragon probably never dreamed that his great path fragment would be obtained by a 9th-rate human like you. In this way, the threat of the World Annihilation Dragon is much smaller. The evil god said, at the very least, it isn't an invincible existence in this lost god realm. If the 9 monarchs still have descendants, they should be able to contend against it. Su Yu shook his head solemnly. I'm afraid things aren't as optimistic as you think. Oh, what do you mean? Evil God was slightly stunned. In this ancient god realm, not only does the World Annihilation Dragon exist, but also the woman who descended on the World Annihilation Dragon. Fear flashed across the god of evil's eyes. I know, but she was suppressed by the 9 emperors. The World Annihilation Dragon has also been suppressed, Su Yu said, staring at him. The World Annihilation Dragon was suppressed, but it could activate the chains of the Great Law to kill people from hundreds of millions of miles away. What about that woman? The evil god realized what Su Yu was saying, and his pupils gradually dilated. The fear on his face slowly rippled like ripples, and his voice trembled a little. You mean the 9 emperors can no longer suppress it? Yes, she's about to come out of seclusion and return to the world, Su Yu said calmly. The evil god was petrified on the spot. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth moved with difficulty. How did you know? Su Yu said in a serious voice, I've been to her ancient tomb, and I've seen the 9 emperor tablet in front of it. There's a prophecy on it. After billions of years, the sinful woman will return to the world. Now, billions of years are approaching, and the seal will be destroyed in less than 20 years. When Su Yu said the word sinful girl, The evil god knew that Suyu was not lying. He had really seen the Nine Emperor tablet. The evil god didn't speak for a long time and fell into a deep silence. After a long time, he said in a low voice, "I didn't expect that after hiding for billions of years, I still couldn't hide from it. If the vile girl reappears, the world will definitely be destroyed." In the Star River God's realm, not even a single overlord-level figure had been born. He was left behind in the god territory and inherited the last civilization of the ancient god territory, but he was unable to give birth to an overlord of the galaxy. They didn't even have a galaxy overlord, let alone a divine warrior of heaven and earth. Unless the divine warriors of heaven and earth were reborn, no one would be a match for this evil woman. Suyu had experienced many life or death crises, especially just now, when he had been through a complete and utter death. Thus, his mind was even more resolute than before. Evil God, man disposes, God proposes. How can our fates be decided by the will of the heavens? Suyu's words were deafening, causing the pupils of the evil god to shrink gradually. Suyu looked in the direction of the ancient tomb and said leisurely, "Because of the resistance and sacrifice of the ancient emperors, there are survivors of the god realm. If we even lose the will to resist, wouldn't we be letting down the sacrifices of the 9 emperors?" The evil god's eyes gradually lit up, burning with a resplendent flame. He raised his head and sighed. "That's right. After escaping for billions of years, why are you still escaping?" With the reincarnation of the evil woman, no one would be able to escape. Where could they escape to? They were obsessed with escaping because of fear and deceiving themselves. You are someone who has been to the ancient tomb. I want to hear your opinion. The evil god took a deep breath and made up his mind to resist. Suyu pondered for a long time, his eyes full of sharpness. Kill into the ancient tomb and kill the evil woman. Hiss! Even though the evil god had a sense of resistance, he was shocked when he heard Suyu's tone. How can you kill the evil woman that even the 9 emperors can't kill? The evil god's forehead was full of cold sweat, shocked by Suyu's courage. Suyu's eyes were deep and distant. Indeed, on the 9 emperors' tablet, the last words of the 9 emperors also told future generations that after billions of years, the ancient tomb would be broken and they would escape. But I think that the 9 emperors have never considered that the evil woman who has been suppressed for billions of years could still destroy civilization as she did then. Suyu said leisurely. The evil god listened and could not help but fall into deep thought. Any creature that had been suppressed for billions of years could not be unscathed. The erosion of time alone was something that all creatures could not resist. What's more, with billions of years of suppression, her physical body, soul, and divine power must be weakened. It could be said that now was the weakest moment of the evil woman's life. If he missed this opportunity, it would be really impossible to kill the evil woman again. Crisis is opportunity. The evil god was calm, and there was a hint of shame in his eyes. He was the overlord of Xing River hundreds of millions of years ago and had lived for countless years. But he was not as calm and steady as Suyu. In 20 years, we have to gather all the forces, including the Xing River God realm and the Lost God realm. The evil god nodded slowly. Only by gathering the forces of all living beings can we fight. However, my Xing River God realm is already in danger, let alone the unknown lost ancient god realm. Suyu frowned. So, I have to find a way to return to the Xing River God realm and get rid of the demon world. Only then can I unite all the forces. How do you go back? Do you have a clue? Suyu nodded. In the past, the descendants of the 4 emperors worked together to create a replica of the world annihilation plate. It once broke the barrier between the 2 worlds, but was later lost. If I can find the descendants of the world annihilation emperor and get the blueprint from them, there's hope to return to the Xing River God realm. The evil god smacked his lips. The World Annihilation Plate is the treasure of the World Annihilation Emperor, right? That is the 5th-ranked Imperial Saint artifact. Suyu said exactly. However, There was a turbulence in the past, and the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor perished. His clan disappeared, and after thousands of years, no one knows where to find his descendants. Hearing this, the evil god laughed strangely. Hee hee, the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor. Hee hee. Su-yu raised his eyebrows. Dead dog, tell me what you know. What time is it now? If it is the descendants of other emperors, I may not know, but the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor. Hee hee. When they see me, they have to call me Grandmaster. Su-yu blinked. Grandmaster, you? The evil god raised his neck and said arrogantly, Boy, are you shocked? I used to be the spiritual pet of the World Annihilation Emperor, helping him guard the secret training room. Su-yu's eyes widened, and he stared at the evil god in disbelief. The evil god was even more proud of himself. It was rare to see such a look in Su-yu's eyes. He snorted and said, Are you shocked? Do you worship me? Ha ha ha. You really are a watchdog. Su-yu was shocked. The evil god's laughter stopped abruptly, and he stared at Su-yu. I am the spiritual pet of the World Annihilation Emperor, not a watchdog. Then what is your duty? To guard the door of the secret room. Omit the 2 words in the middle. Isn't it just a watchdog? Su-yu said, I used to hear you boast about killing the emperors of heaven and earth. It turns out that you are just a watchdog. The black dog's face turned red, and he stammered, unable to speak. Su-yu said, Tell me, can you find the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor? The black dog squinted at Su-yu and said reluctantly, Who am I? The evil god. I have the most acute sense of smell in the world. I have been with the World Annihilation Emperor for so many years. As long as his people have the breath of his blood, it is easy to sense their location. Hearing this, Su-yu was overjoyed. It was unexpected that the evil god had such a function. Then act immediately. Time waits for no man, Su-yu said. Deep in the ancient tomb, the World Annihilation Dragon, who was entrenched above the seal, suddenly opened his scarlet eyes and roared. The roar shook the earth, and the entire mountain range, which stretched for hundreds of millions of miles, shook. Countless flames hidden deep under the spiritual veins suddenly erupted. The spiritual mountains, which were rich with spiritual energy, were shattered in an instant. The rich spiritual energy that had been accumulated for countless years suddenly collapsed, forming a storm. With the spiritual veins as the center, it spread to the entire ancient god realm. From ordinary creatures to deities, all of them could feel the spiritual chi of heaven and earth becoming intensely concentrated. Also, the earthquake centered on the spiritual veins also swept through half of the ancient god realm. In the mermaid tribe, the mermaid emperor stared in the direction of the ancient tomb in shock and said, What happened? Why is the World Annihilation Dragon so angry? It was only so angry when it was suppressed by the 9 emperors. In the Empire of Darkness, a middle-aged man with long hair suddenly grabbed the void and murmured, What a strong change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Someone, go to the southern region to investigate the changes in the world. Yes, Your Majesty. In the ancient tomb, the World Annihilation Dragon roared, and the earth shook in the crack. The words of the heavenly book on the 9 Emperor tablet came out one after another, suppressing the World Annihilation Dragon. However, not only could it not suppress it, but it also made the World Annihilation Dragon even more furious, and it struggled to leave the ancient tomb. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice came from the stone door. Black, bear with it. Wait for me for 19 years, and I will help you retrieve the Great Path Fragment. Hearing this, the furious World Annihilation Dragon took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. After a long time, a faint voice came from the stone door again. The person who took away your Great Path Fragment, we seem to know each other. The World Annihilation Dragon looked puzzled and lay back on the stone door. However, he was unwilling to give up. He removed the scale under his neck and brought out some dragon blood. The scale fell to the ground and turned into a cold and ruthless young man in black armor. The young man snorted coldly, turned into a shadow, and rushed out of the crack, heading straight in the direction of Su-yu. The Yiksha tribe, led by the evil god, came to a barren grassland, until they came to a tomb. The evil god looked nostalgic. It was not easy to find one, but he is already dead. Su-yu said, "Are there any other people living in this world?" The evil god nodded. "Yes, but for some reason they're very weak, so I can't identify the specific direction. I can only speculate." "Where?" "King City of the Yiksha tribe." Su-yu took out a sword from his palm and swept it across the air, exposing the corpse buried in the ground. Su-yu examined the corpse and said, "He died a violent death, and the blood of the emperor has been drained." The blood of the emperor would not disappear so easily, but the corpse in front of him only had the breath of the blood left. The evil god thought deeply. The blood of the divine warrior of heaven and earth is extremely precious. If there is no strong protection, it is not impossible for the power of the blood to be extracted after being caught. He turned his head and stared at the king city of the Yiksha tribe, saying with mixed feelings, "Su-yu, can you do me a favor?" Su-yu didn't think about it and nodded. Yes. After all, he was the junior of an old acquaintance, and the evil god wanted to save him. Chapter 13:12. The evil god was filled with gratitude. "Thank you." Only Green Bead hesitated. "Young master, I'm afraid there will be great danger if we enter Yiksha King City. Perhaps you came from another region and don't know the situation of the 99 tribes in the southern region of the Empire of Darkness." From their conversation, Luju already knew that Su-yu and the evil god came from a place called the Star River God Realm. In her opinion, it should be somewhere in the ancient God Realm. After all, the ancient God Realm was so huge. Every tribe is extremely xenophobic. For example, my mermaid tribe. Have you seen any other races? Su-yu suddenly understood. Are you saying that it will be very troublesome for us to enter the Yiksha tribe with our identities? It's not just troublesome. If you mistakenly entered another tribe, they might punish you and let you go. But the people of the Yiksha tribe are fierce and aggressive. Once they find someone from another tribe, they rarely leave alive. Su-yu frowned slightly. If he were to encounter an ordinary deity, Su-yu would still be able to handle him with ease. However, if he were to encounter the Yiksha king, he would be a powerful being comparable to the Mermaid Emperor. With Su-yu's current abilities, he was no match for him. "We can only disguise ourselves and deal with them carefully," Su-yu said. Glancing at Luju, Su-yu opened a Buddha bead and said, "If you are willing to follow me, you can train in this Buddha bead. If not, you can leave now." Green Bead smiled bitterly. "Now that things have come to this, where else can I go? The mermaid tribe is no longer where I belong. Luju is willing to follow young master from now on." Actually, she still had one regret in her heart. She didn't know if Su-yu was alive or dead, but she knew that asking Su-yu to go back and save her sister was a very difficult task. Sighing inwardly, Green Bead entered the Buddhist bead and concentrated on seclusion. Su-yu's eyes shone brightly, and the blood in his body started to boil. A wave of demonic energy gushed out of his body, and his facial features started to change into that of a demon. The evil god was stunned. Demonic energy? Are you saying that the beings of the Yiksha tribe are actually demons? That's right. Su-yu said with certainty. The poison that the Yiksha king left in the Mermaid Emperor's body is the poison of the demonic god, which only exists in the demonic dimension. I can be sure that the so-called Yikshas left behind in the god realm are probably demons from the galaxy. The evil god was stunned for a moment and said, "Okay, if that's the case, I don't have to worry about you." With that, the evil god disappeared into the space between Su-yu's eyebrows. A few days later, Yasha capital city. The entire city was filled with ferocious-looking races. Walking in the city, it was impressively a race that was similar to the Devil Realm. The difference was that the Yiksha tribe's devils were purer than most of the devils in the devil world. Almost none of them had been transformed. As Suyu walked among them, his face remained expressionless, and no one doubted him. Occasionally, some strong men would stop in their tracks as they passed by Suyu. What a pure imperial bloodline! Could this person be a descendant of the Yiksha king? Suyu listened to the exclamations of the strong and was secretly surprised. The breath of the demon race, he showed, was actually that of the sixth princess, which contained the breath of the royal family of the demon world. Could it be that the demon royal clan's aura from the two god domains shared the same aura? Vigilant, Suyu followed the senses of the evil god and searched for the descendants of the world annihilation emperor bit by bit. I can sense it more, and more clearly. Evil god was a little emotional. After meeting an old friend, how could he not be happy? As he got closer to them, his senses became more accurate. After an hour, Suyu stopped in front of a luxurious house. The prince's mansion? Suyu glanced at the plaque and murmured. Of course, there was only one person who could claim to be the owner of the prince's mansion, the prince of the Yiksha king. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Through his soul eyes, Suyu penetrated the house and looked directly at the situation inside. As a result, Suyu found that there were many non-demon creatures in the prince's mansion. Each of them was pierced by a chain of demonic energy and imprisoned in the palace deep in the mansion. The palace was gloomy and emitted a gloomy, cold, and bloody smell. At a glance, cold corpses could be seen everywhere. Even those who were alive were full of pain and resentment. What did you see? Evil God asked. Suyu hesitated for a moment and told him the details. Hearing this, the evil god showed a trace of sadness in his eyes. The descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor have fallen to such a state? As they had guessed before, the people of the World Annihilation Emperor were imprisoned and the power of his bloodline was extracted. The extraction of blood not only caused the person who was extracted to be in extreme pain, but also lasted for a very long time. Most of the people who were extracted did not die because their blood was extracted, but because they were tortured to death. Their situation was so miserable that it really made one sigh with regret. The descendants of the emperor were reduced to the point of being tortured to death by a small tribe. Let's save them. Suyu did not say much. Through his transparent eye, he identified several weak points in the defense, turned over and entered, and quietly made his way outside the hall. When he was about to break the door to rescue them, his ears moved slightly and he heard footsteps. He concealed his breath and hid on the roof. With Suyu's current divine dragon body, coupled with a rule heart, if he wanted to hide his breath, no one would be able to find him. How much blood has been extracted this month? A young man and a young woman came side by side. The man had a bald head, distorted and ugly features, short and fat. In contrast, the woman was delicate and refined, with a face like a peach blossom. Her belly was slightly bulging, a sign that she was pregnant. Suyu stared at the woman and was slightly surprised. The woman turned out to be a descendant of the World Annihilation Emperor. Looking at her belly, the fetus in her belly was half demon blood. Had she given herself to the demon race? Suyu despised her in his heart. Her people had suffered so much, but she was willing to give birth to a child for the enemy who destroyed her race? Prince, this is the blood extracted this month. Inside the house, a ferocious-looking demon walked out of the shadows and took out a small jade bottle as thick as a finger. There were 3 drops of transparent, divine blood lying quietly in it. The ugly face of the prince squeezed out a look of dissatisfaction. Less and less every month, and this time there are only 3 drops. The ferocious-looking demon said, "It can't be helped. Their emperor blood has been extracted for decades, and it is almost exhausted. To be able to extract 3 drops this month is already the price of killing a few of them." Humph! The prince was displeased. He kicked open the door of the hall and entered with his hands behind his back. The woman behind him was expressionless and silently followed him in. As soon as he entered, the descendants of the emperor who were imprisoned in the house all panicked and begged. One of the strongest descendants of the emperor was about 20 years old, and the power of his bloodline was obviously higher than the rest. When he saw the prince, he immediately endured the severe pain all over his body and went forward to pay his respects. He knelt at the feet of the prince and showed a flattering expression. Fengli greets the prince. The prince snorted and kicked him in the chin with the tip of his foot, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Not only was Fengli not angry, but he also smiled. He crawled over and said with a smile, "Good kick." As long as the prince's anger is appeased, anything is fine. The prince smiled and said to the woman beside him, "Xiang-er, I heard that among the remaining clansmen of the World Annihilation Emperor, he has the strongest bloodline inheritance. Haha, it's a pity that he didn't inherit his backbone. He's like a spineless coward. The World Annihilation Emperor has such a cowardly descendant. It's obvious that he's not that great after all." The woman smiled faintly and glanced at Fengli indifferently. Fengli smiled apologetically and said, "The prince is right. Our ancestor was only exaggerated by others. In fact, he's not that capable." His words immediately caused the crowd to curse angrily. "Fengli, it's fine if you don't want your dignity, but don't disgrace our ancestor. You're not worthy to be the heir of the World Annihilation Emperor." Hearing that, the prince frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes. He said calmly, "Fengli, I didn't kill you because I wanted you to persuade your compatriots to devote your strength to me. It seems that you haven't done your duty, have you?" Fengli's whole body trembled, and the flattering smile on his face disappeared instantly. A cold and cruel expression appeared on his face. Getting up, Fengli turned around and walked toward the three people who had spoken. He raised his hand and slapped each of them twice, his eyes fierce. "You damn dogs! You do whatever the prince says. How dare you resist?" Bang! He picked up an iron hammer that was stained with dried blood from the ground and hammered the three people's shoulder blades. The three people's shoulder blades were smashed into pieces. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and the three of them let out heart-wrenching cries of pain. Fengli grinned hideously and had no intention of stopping. His face was stained with blood, making him look even more ferocious than the demons. The prince was beaming with joy and was in a good mood. "Ha! Watching the descendants of the former World Annihilation Emperor pounce and bite people like dogs for my sake is a feeling that ordinary people can never enjoy. All right, I'll forgive you today. Persuade your people well and don't do this." Hearing that, Fengli dropped the iron hammer and put his hands on his waist. He bowed and smiled obsequiously. "Rest assured, Prince, I will persuade them with all my heart and do my best for the prince. Let's go." The prince was satisfied. He reached out and grabbed the jade bottle that contained the power of the bloodline and said to the woman beside him, "Xianga, let's go." "Okay." The woman nodded and followed the prince, leaving silently. From beginning to end, she did not look at her people. The hideous, demonic god watched them go away and breathed a sigh of relief. "We can take a break now. Extracting the bloodline is also physical work. Go find the poison demon and borrow a few women to play with." Swoosh! When the hideous, demonic god left, Su Yu appeared silently in front of the palace. The scene just now was still vivid in Su Yu's mind, and his heart was filled with emotion. The dignified descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor had been tortured into a mad dog that bit its own people. Pushing the door open and entering, Fengli thought it was the prince who had returned. He immediately bowed and turned around. "Ah, Prince, you are back again. Who are you?" Fengli was shocked to find that the one who had appeared was a strange demonic god and a handsome one with silver-white hair. Su Yu glanced at him indifferently, and his eyes swept over the other descendants of the emperor who were on the verge of death. He took out a flying sword and cut off the chains on their bodies. "I was entrusted by someone to rescue you and leave." Su-yu raised his hand and took out an empty Buddha bead to open the entrance. However, no one took any action. This was because they had been rescued by the Yiksha tribe in the past just like this. Without anyone to protect them, they would only become the exclusive property of one force after another. Who is it? Fengli swallowed hard and asked cautiously. Su-yu said indifferently, an old friend of the World Annihilation Emperor. They did not look convinced. Su-yu said, "Your bloodline power has been completely extracted. It is not worth it for me to risk entering the Yiksha King city to rescue you." When he finished speaking, Su-yu withdrew his demon appearance and revealed his human form. Only then did they look surprised. It was indeed risky to sneak into this place as outsiders. Chapter 13:13. After a moment of consideration, some of them dragged their tortured bodies into the space of the Buddha beads. Fengli rolled his eyes and blended into the crowd, entering the Buddha beads as well. Su-yu frowned but did not stop him. Seeing more and more people leaving, the rest sighed and entered as well. In the blink of an eye, the people of the World Annihilation Emperor were all rescued. "Is this enough?" Su-yu asked. The evil god's sigh came from between his eyebrows. "Yes, find a place to put them down. That way, we will not let the World Annihilation Emperor down." Su-yu smiled. "Oh, I thought you would take care of them from now on." "Uft, am I such a pedantic person? Besides, I am just the spiritual pet of the World Annihilation Emperor. I don't owe his descendants any favors. Saving them once is already me being considerate," the evil god said. "Hee, if that's the case, then I can set my mind at ease. Before saving them, I was really worried that you would become so loyal that you would worship them like your grandparents." Su-yu chuckled. "Since that's the case, then you should leave." 4 hours later, the hideous, demonic god stood in the hall with a gloomy face, his eyes cold. Soon after, the prince and Xiang'er returned. The prince's ugly face was distorted with anger, looking extremely hideous. Damn it, who rescued them? The hideous, demonic god glanced at Xiang'er with a gloomy look. He squinted and said, "Prince, you should first ask who leaked the secret of them being here. The news that the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor were imprisoned by us never got out of the prince's mansion." Hearing this, the prince glared at Xiang'er fiercely and slapped her across the face. *TCH, did you leak the news? After being slapped, Xiang'er's beautiful face immediately turned red, and a clear palm print appeared. Her eyes were calm, without sadness or anger. She said lightly, "If I wanted to spread the news, I would have done it a long time ago. Why wait until now? Besides, I am with you every day. Do you think I have a chance to spread the news to outsiders?" The prince snorted coldly. "It's best if it's not you. If it's you, humph." Xiang'er was silent, but a strange light flashed in the depths of her eyes. "Pass the order. Search the city." The prince was furious. The hideous, demonic god said, since they could enter the prince's mansion, they must be able to retreat safely. Such a blind search is useless. Then what should we do? Without the blood offerings, our Yiksha tribe will definitely be destroyed. Unknowingly, the prince revealed a secret that no one knew about. The malevolent, demonic god asked, "Is the bloodline I gave to the prince still in your hands? Do you have a way to find them?" "Of course." The ferocious fiend Celestial revealed a mocking smile. "The power of the bloodline is their pride, but it is also a chain that they can't get rid of. As long as I have a trace of bloodline power, I can sense them from afar and chase after them effortlessly." The prince's eyes lit up. "Good. I, the prince, will lead a group of cultivators to follow you. I want to see who is so bold as to kidnap the descendant of the World Annihilation Emperor on a wasteland outside the Yiksha Kingdom." With a flick of his wrist, Su-yu released all the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor. They were at a loss for a while. When they saw the scenery of the outside world that they hadn't seen for a long time, their faces lit up with joy. However, when they noticed the silver-haired human standing in front of them with his hands clasped behind his back, the joy on their faces disappeared, replaced by fear, anxiety, and uneasiness. They knew that the next person who would extract their bloodline might be the human before them. "You are free." However, Su Yu's calm smile was the only response they got. They couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at each other to make sure they hadn't heard him wrong. Perhaps it was because they hadn't been free for so long that the word freedom was nothing more than an extravagant hope for them. Everyone was silent for a long time. Then an old man with a hunched back and ragged clothes said in a trembling voice, "Sir, you don't want our bloodline." Su Yu said calmly, "I told you I was asked to save you." Finally, everyone accepted the reality. Some were trembling with excitement, some were in tears, and some were wild with joy. Su Yu secretly sympathized with them. When the royal sacred faction of the World Annihilation Emperor fell, these people were the most pitiful. Su Yu couldn't help but wonder what would happen to his people if he were to die one day. Xian would be taken away. Whether it was her appearance or the body of the Phoenix of Death, she would be regarded as the exclusive property of others. The Jojo Cavern world would become the resources of the strong again and be refined into the godly energy sphere. Their fate might not be much better than the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor. Su Yu's heart tightened, and his shoulders felt slightly heavy. "Excuse me, who asked us to do this? Can you tell us? We really want to see our benefactor." The old man wiped away his tears and asked in a choked voice. Su Yu hesitated a little and asked the evil god in his mind, "Do you want to see him?" After a long time, a vortex appeared between Su Yu's eyebrows, and a black dog that had returned to its normal size appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the dog, most of the people were confused. Only the old man, with his eyes wide open, showed an expression of joy and knelt down tremblingly. "It's the evil god. It's the first spiritual pet of the ancestors, Lord Evil God." "What? Evil God? The Star River Overlord who slaughtered heaven and earth?" "It's the spiritual pet of the ancestors. It's him who came to save us." Swish! Swish! The descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor all knelt down to pay their respects as if they had seen a relative from a lifetime ago. The black dog looked solemn and raised his paw to help them up. He sighed and said, "Billions of years have passed and I have died once. I am no longer the spiritual pet of the World Annihilation Emperor. You don't have to pay your respects." In fact, long before the arrival of the sinful woman, he had been released by the World Annihilation Emperor and returned his freedom. He had nothing to do with the World Annihilation Emperor, and he had saved them today in passing. "Thank you, Lord Evil God, for saving us from disaster." A young man walked out, looking respectful. The black dog frowned. This young man was Fingli, and what he had done was really annoying. But after all, he was a descendant of the World Annihilation Emperor, and the black dog did not care about it. He nodded lightly. Fingli bowed and said with a smile, "The return of Lord Evil God is an opportunity for the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor to rise again. We are willing to follow Lord Evil God to rebuild the World Annihilation Imperial Sacred Faction and restore the glory of the World Annihilation Emperor." Hearing this, the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor all showed a look of anticipation. Yes, if the evil god was willing to shelter them, would they still have to worry about being captured and having their blood extracted? Su Yu secretly despised him. It was Fengli who cursed his ancestor, the World Annihilation Emperor, for not living up to his name. Now he was shamelessly clamoring to restore the glory of the World Annihilation Emperor. Moreover, what annoyed Su Yu even more was that Fengli was not satisfied after being saved, and he even asked the black dog to shelter them. The black dog was silent and did not respond. After all, he was the spiritual pet of the former World Annihilation Emperor. Logically speaking, he had the responsibility to restore the glory of the World Annihilation Emperor. But Su Yu had no such scruples. He said lightly, "Saving you is a favor, and not saving you is a duty." No one will say anything about him. He is just the spiritual pet of the World Annihilation Emperor, not the spiritual pet of the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor. Don't make excessive demands. Many of the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor retracted their gazes resentfully, their faces full of shame. The evil god had rescued them from the abyss of suffering for the sake of their ancestors, and he had no obligation to continue sheltering them. Fengli narrowed his eyes and stared at Suyu, saying in an unfriendly tone, "Who are you?" "You are nothing but a slave of the evil god. We, the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor, are talking to the spiritual pet of the World Annihilation Emperor, and you have no right to interrupt." In fact, based on the relationship between Suyu and the black dog was more like a slave who relied on Suyu to live. Looking at him with indifference, Suyu said, "So what if I am a slave? What I said is reasonable. If you have the slightest sense of shame, you will not continue to make things difficult for the evil god. So you really are a slave?" Fengli's habitually bowed waist suddenly straightened up, and his gaze at Suyu was no longer filled with awe and reverence. "Since you are the slave of the evil god, you are also our slave." Fengli raised his chin and said arrogantly, "Evil god, you were born as the spiritual pet of the World Annihilation Emperor. Now that you are still alive, you should continue to fulfill your duties and become our spiritual pet. Now, I order you to conquer a tribe for us at once, so that we, the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor, can settle down." Fengli's attitude was arrogant, and he completely regarded himself as the World Annihilation Emperor. The black dog looked at him with indifference and sighed softly. The World Annihilation Emperor was great all his life, but the descendants are getting worse with each generation. The black dog turned around, too lazy to pay attention to them, and said, "Suyu, let's go. Everything ends here." "How dare you?" Fengli bellowed coldly, his voice imposing. "You evil creature! You have received great kindness from my ancestor, and yet you are so ungrateful, abandoning us?" The black dog turned its head and stared at him coldly. "Ungrateful? Fine, I'll take it that I am ungrateful. You guys are on your own." When he finished, the black dog stepped into the void, his eyes full of disappointment. "You want to leave? You disobedient dog." Fengli sneered, and a strange power surged in his body, condensing into a vague, majestic shadow behind him. That shadow was none other than the World Annihilation Emperor. The black dog, who was walking in the void, suddenly shuddered and turned around abruptly. "What are you doing?" Fengli sneered. "Of course, I'm letting a dog like you know who the master is. World Annihilation Blood Seal." Fengli bellowed, and the eyes of the majestic shadow behind him emitted bright light. The black dog shuddered violently, and a rune mark automatically appeared in its body. It was extremely ancient, with traces of the Emperor's Great Will remaining. This was the bloodline mark left behind by the World Annihilation Emperor when he took in the black dog. It contained the Emperor's Great Will. Back then, many overlords of the world had fallen, but the black dog was the only one who could leave behind a drop of blood. This was because of the existence of this Great Will. Now, Fengli had activated all the marks in the black dog's body through the bloodline of the Emperor. The activation of the mark meant that the black dog was once again firmly under control. Moreover, the controller was none other than Fengli, who had activated it. Back then, the World Annihilation Emperor had set the black dog free, but did not remove the mark. Perhaps he had been prepared for a day like this to come. If he was not around, his descendants could still control a Star River overlord. Unfortunately, the arrival of the sinful woman had ruined all his plans, and the strength of the evil god was far from what it used to be. The mark activated, condensing into a rune between the black dog's brows. A feeling of life and death being controlled surged into the black dog's heart. Seeing this, most of the other clansmen fell silent. Although they had let down the evil god, this was the only way to ensure that they would not be caught again. Only a few were indignant, especially the old man who had spoken first. He said angrily, "Evil creature, what are you doing? The evil god came to save us because of old ties. How can you repay kindness with ingratitude?" Indeed, if the evil god did not have the intention to save them and did not show himself. So what if they had the emperor's bloodline? Slap! Funli snorted coldly and slapped across the air, sending the old clansman flying. He shouted coldly, "Ignorant thing! I am doing this for the sake of everyone." As he said this, Funli stared at the evil god and sneered. With a shift of his mind, he controlled the mark. Suddenly, the rune flashed violently, and the power of the rune exploded from within the black dog's body, tearing its skin and flesh apart. Streaks of black lightning wandered within the black dog's body, causing him to howl in pain. One could imagine the pain that could make a former star river overlord howl in pain. Chapter 13:14. The evil god gritted his teeth and did not say a word. Funli's face was cold and stern as he activated the mark again, causing the evil god great pain. The more the evil god was in pain, the more excited and agitated he became. It was as if he had finally found an outlet for the torture he had suffered over the years. Only when the evil god was on the verge of death did he stop. "Ha ha ha, the World Annihilation Imperial Sacred Faction. Let me rebuild it." When he glanced at Suyu, he looked down at him condescendingly and said in a commanding tone, "You heal it immediately." Suyu smiled and remained indifferent. "Damn slave! How dare you disobey me?" Funli shouted and glared at the evil god. "Look at the door and tell your slave to listen to my orders from now on." The evil god lay on the ground, his body a bloody mess. Only his eyes were intact, and he revealed a self-mocking look. "I'm afraid I can't command him." "Isn't he your slave?" Funli asked in surprise. The evil god chuckled. "I'm more like his slave. Without him, I would have died a long time ago." Funli frowned. "I'm not afraid of that. You subdue him now and set up a seal. I think his strength is not bad. Maybe he can be of some use." Upon hearing that, the evil god laughed again, and his laughter was extremely sarcastic. "Not to mention that I was seriously injured by you. Even if I wasn't, I would still be far from being his opponent." Funli was a little regretful. "He's that powerful. What a pity. Haha, he's not just powerful, he's very powerful. The number of deities that have died in his hands is uncountable." "What?" Funli was shocked and his eyes widened. "You mean he, a fourth realm mortal fairy, has killed many deities?" The evil god said, "Haha, isn't the bloodline of the World Annihilation Imperial Sacred Faction able to see through the aura of heaven and earth? Why don't you take a look and see how many deities' auras have been left on his body?" Funli was a little incredulous and thought to himself, how many deities can a fourth realm mortal fairy kill? Killing a seriously injured deity on the verge of death is already a great stroke of luck. However, he still gave it a try. The eyes of the majestic phantom behind him suddenly lit up, and two brilliant rays of light shot straight at Suyu. Under the light, many dark red bloodlines that were invisible to the naked eye appeared on Suyu's body. Some were long, some were short, and they coiled around each other densely. With just one look, Funli's scalp went numb, and he retreated in shock. "Dozens of gods died in your hands?" A long line of blood meant that they had died directly at Suyu's hands, while short line meant that they had died indirectly at his hands. Although there weren't many long lines, there were at least a few. As for the short term, there were simply too many books to count. "Hee, my master, how stupid are you to think of imprisoning me in front of such a person?" The evil god revealed a pitiful look. "Didn't you notice that he wanted to kill you a long time ago, but he couldn't because of me?" Hearing this, Funli trembled violently, his eyes filled with fear. Whoosh! With a light leap, Funli came to the side of the evil god and hid behind him. He threatened, "Don't come over or I'll kill him immediately." Suyu crossed his arms and looked at him coldly. "Kill him if you like. He should pay the price for his stupidity." Feng Li looked at the dark red blood eyes on Su Yu's body, and his eyelids trembled uncontrollably. His heart was filled with regret. He had imprisoned his spiritual pet in front of a big shot who could kill a god at will. Just the thought of it made Feng Li's intestines turn green with regret. Beads of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. At this moment, he was in a difficult position. Su Yu put down his arms and walked towards Feng Li. The indifference on his face gradually turned murderous. Do you know why I want to kill you? It's not that you're cruel to your own people, but like a dog to outsiders. It's not that you're ungrateful, turning from arrogant to respectful. It's that you've touched my people. Yes, the black dog was already his people. After years of getting along, they had long since become friends instead of enemies. The black dog, lying on the ground, grinned with a gratified smile. Looking at Su Yu, who was gradually approaching, Feng Li trembled all over. His eyes kept avoiding eye contact, and his heart was on the verge of collapse. Right at this moment, several tyrannical breaths caught up with them. The one in the lead was the extremely ugly prince, followed by the ferocious demonic god and Xiang'er. Seeing that, Feng Li was overjoyed. Abandoning his people, he flew over, bowed, and said excitedly, "Prince, I want to make a report. This person forced me to escape, and that black dog is also an accomplice." Su Yu said disdainfully, "What a good obedient dog." The prince cast a sidelong glance at Su Yu and frowned slightly. "You actually have the royal bloodline of my Yiksha tribe. Interesting. Tell me, who sent you?" Hearing that, Feng Li was startled and hurriedly said, "Prince, I still want to make a report. He's not actually a demon, but a human in disguise." Human? The prince and the ferocious demonic god were both taken aback. The prince nodded slightly. "Feng Li, you've done well. I'll exempt you from punishment this time. As for your people, Humph, how dare they escape? Blood corpse Yiksha. When you bring them back, I'll leave them to you." The blood corpse Yiksha laughed hideously. "Prince, don't worry. I'll make them wish they were dead. I've been too gentle with them in the past." The faces of the people turned pale. Recalling the torture they had suffered, they trembled all over, and the timid and weak ones collapsed to the ground. The prince stared at Su Yu coldly, the corners of his mouth curving into a cruel smile. "Human, are you ready?" Feng Li hid behind the blood corpse Yiksha and sneered. "Prince, if you catch him, please let me torture him." Feng Li, who had regained his protection, was no longer panicked, and his ferocious expression returned. Calling him a dog couldn't be more apt. The prince nodded slowly and yelled, "Blood corpse Yiksha, catch him!" The corners of the blood corpse Yiksha's mouth curled up into a cold smile. "Boy, if you fall into my hands, your fate will be very miserable." Before he could finish, Su Yu suddenly turned into a black dragon, leaving an afterimage in the air. The blood corpse Yiksha only had time to growl, and then immediately stood motionless like a wooden statue. Its eyes were wide open, but there was no light in them, and they gradually dimmed. Behind it, a 3-feet-long black dragon was entrenched, and in the dragon's claws was a bloody, godly spirit. There were 2 fist-sized holes in the abdomen of the blood corpse Yiksha, almost piercing through it. Plop! The blood corpse Yiksha's body went limp, and it fell from the clouds to the ground with a dull thud. Its vitality had been extinguished. The whole place was dead silent. The blood corpse, one of the 4 deities of the Yiksha tribe, had died in a single blow. After a long time, the sound of rapid breathing could be heard in the air. The prince's ugly face looked even uglier because of his bulging eyes. His mouth was open, and he was breathing rapidly. At this moment, he no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance. The sinister smile on Feng Li's face froze, as if it had been frozen. The descendants of the emperors were also extremely shocked, and they did not dare to move. "This is to nourish your body." Su Yu tossed the godly spirit to the evil god. The evil god opened his mouth to catch it and said vaguely, "Thank you very much." Only then did they finally come to their senses, and all of them were horrified. The prince screamed and yelled, "Protect me! Protect me!" With a casual grab, he threw Fengli, who was hiding behind him, in front of him. Fengli was so horrified that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. At this moment, Suyu was more terrifying than anything else in his eyes. "Don't come over, or else I'll kill the evil god right now." Fengli threatened as if he was grasping at the last straw of hope. Suyu's expression was indifferent, and he did not give chase. Seeing that Suyu had stopped, Fengli was reassured, and a fierce look appeared on his face again. "If you don't want the evil god to die, get away from me, or else—" All of a sudden, Fengli screamed at the sky, and a blood-stained blade pierced through his chest from behind. Fengli looked back, and a comely, indifferent face came into view. Feeling his life slipping away, Fengli roared, "You bitch! How dare you! How dare you!" Poof! Xiang'er twisted her wrist, and the blade minced his heart. With unwillingness and madness, Fengli said ferociously, "If I die, no one will have an easy time." As he spoke, he was about to activate the imprint to kill the evil god. Xiang'er stared at him indifferently. "Do you have to do evil even when you're dead?" With a soft sigh, Xiang'er slammed her palm between his brows, shattering his soul in an instant and cutting off his consciousness in time. With a ferocious look on his face, Fengli fell to the ground unwillingly and became a pile of meat paste. By the time the prince came to his senses, Fengli was already dead. Now, Fengli was his only life-saving talisman. Bitch! I knew you were up to no good by offering yourself to me." The prince roared, and his palms slammed into her chest like dragons. But before he could react, his soul was burned away by the dragon's breath. Then Suyu appeared in a flash and dug out his godly spirit. "Prince!" The strong men who followed him roared. They wanted to chase after him, but they were afraid. Suyu's eyes were cold, and the dragon's breath swept in all directions, turning them into ashes on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the pursuers of the Yiksha tribe were completely annihilated. Suyu held the godly spirit in his hand and stared at Xiang. He stared at the descendant of the emperor who had offered herself to the enemy and was pregnant with his child. Xiang'er combed her hair and said indifferently, "You must look down on me, don't you?" "Yes," Suyu said. "At first I was. Now that I think about it, in the wilderness you buried the remains of the emperor's people, didn't you?" Xiang'er raised her jade-like face. Her delicate and indifferent face flashed with a hint of surprise, relief, and a touch of being understood. Gently nodding, Xiang'er said, "I have to leave one of my people alive to avenge the dead." Touching the fetus in her arms, Xiang'er said, "He has the blood of the Yiksha and the World Annihilation Emperor. What is born will not be a hybrid creature, but a world-destroying poison. The Yiksha king saw the purity of the emperor's blood that I inherited, so he kept me alive and married me to the prince. Little did he know, the blood of the World Annihilation Emperor can only be withstood by the blood of the same tribe. Once combined with the blood of the Yiksha, it will only produce world-destroying poison. Once it erupts, the entire Yiksha tribe will be destroyed." Chapter 13:15. How many creatures would have perished? This woman looked delicate and pretty, but her heart was extraordinarily ruthless. "Now that your people are safe, you can consider aborting the fetus," Suyu said. However, Xiang'er shook her head gently. Although tears of sorrow were flowing down her face, there was no expression on her face. She said coldly, "No, I want to give birth to the fetus. I want to destroy the Yiksha tribe and all those who have hurt me and Fengxian." Fengxian? Suyu remembered the lonely grave in the wilderness. Was that the grave of his lover? "There is still hope if you are alive." Xiang'er shook her head, her eyes dim and listless. "Living is sometimes torture." "Benefactor, you don't have to persuade me. I have made up my mind. When I gave myself to the Yiksha prince, I had already made up my mind. I must brew the world annihilation poison to avenge Fengxian and my people." Xiang'er's eyes were shining with determination and madness. Su Yu looked at her deeply and did not try to persuade her again. Turning around, Su Yu flew down and searched Fingli's body, but found nothing. Then his gaze swept across the rest of the people of the Emperor faction. After being scanned by him, everyone kept quiet out of fear, especially the group of people who supported the imprisonment of the evil god. They were terrified. Let me ask you something. Millions of years ago, your Imperial Sacred Faction joined forces with other sacred factions to explore the endless abyss and created a powerful treasure. Do you know anything about it? This was the main purpose of Su Yu's rescue. In the face of Su Yu's question, they shook their heads blankly. They had no idea. Su Yu sighed. Everything was within his expectations. This group of people had been separated by many generations since millions of years ago. In a situation where they were declining day by day, it was almost impossible for them to have information from millions of years ago. Are you talking about the World Annihilation Plate replica? However, at this moment, Xiang'er asked. Su Yu was shocked. You have information about the World Annihilation Plate replica? However, Xiang'er shook her head. It was too long ago. How could ordinary people like me have it? Just as Su Yu looked disappointed, Xiang'er continued. However, the Empire of Darkness has replaced the World Annihilation Empire, and many resources have been obtained by the Empire of Darkness. The information about the replica of the World Annihilation Plate is most likely in the hands of the Empire of Darkness royal family. The Empire of Darkness was one of the 4 empires that controlled the ancient god realm. Behind the dynasty was the descendant of the Eternal Night monarch, the Eternal Night sacred sect. According to Su Yu's speculation, the faction master of the sacred faction was very likely to be as powerful as the demonic god of 6 paths. It would be extremely difficult for Su Yu to obtain the replica of the World Annihilation Plate. Sensing Su Yu's predicament, Xiang'er raised her hand and summoned a jade bottle from the prince's space storage. Inside the bottle were 3 drops of transparent, divine blood. The bloodline of the World Annihilation Emperor is highly sought after in the black market. Every drop of it is a priceless treasure. Xiang'er said with a complicated expression, with this, you will definitely be able to find someone in power who is willing to help you in the dynasty's black market. The bloodline of the Royal Annihilation? Su Yu reached out and took it. He was curious. What was the use of the divine blood of the divine warriors of heaven and earth? Staring at Fingli's shattered flesh and blood on the ground, Su Yu waved his sleeves and collected all of it. Xiang'er looked impressed. Fengli is the one with the most bloodline among the remaining descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor. You can extract the power of his bloodline and use it for other purposes. After saying that, Xiang'er bowed. Take care, benefactor. She turned into a beautiful shadow and disappeared between heaven and earth. Su Yu sighed secretly. He didn't know if she would still be alive after releasing the World Annihilation poison. Putting away the precious Emperor's teachings, Su Yu looked at the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor and said calmly, "Take care of yourselves!" After saying that, he put away the evil god and headed straight for the capital of the Empire of Darkness. In the palace of the Yiksha Kingdom, the Yiksha King looked up at the divine blood floating in the sky with a gloomy face. His eyes were fierce. Who dared to kill the blood corpse Yiksha? At that moment, Xiang'er covered her bleeding arm. Her face was pale as she stumbled over. King, we were ambushed. The blood corpse Yiksha has fallen. The Yiksha King was taken aback. Where is the prince? He's always been with you. Xiang'er's face was full of grief. She cried, King, I've let him down. The prince chose to stay behind for the sake of the unborn child in our womb. He asked me to escape first. He was killed by the enemy. The Yiksha King was stunned, as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. After a long while, he came to his senses. Who is the enemy? Why did they ambush you? It was an old friend of the World Annihilation Emperor. He came to rescue the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor. When the prince found out, he led the blood corpse Yiksha and a group of strong men to hunt him down. Unexpectedly, the enemy set up an ambush. Hearing that, the Yiksha king's face fell. What did you say? The descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor were rescued? Why didn't you say so earlier? The Yiksha king immediately rushed to the prince's mansion. Looking at the empty main hall, his face was as gloomy as water. What does that person look like? Where is he? The Yiksha king's eyes were grave. His face was even uglier than when his son had died. It was as if the sky had collapsed. Xiang'er waved her hand and copied Su Yu's face in the air. She said, "They went to the imperial city of the Empire of Darkness." The imperial city? Great. The Yiksha king looked nervous. He immediately issued a series of orders about the distribution of power in the tribe in his absence. The Yiksha king took one last look at Xiang'er's abdomen and looked comforted. "Xiang'er, stay in the tribe and recuperate. I'm going to the imperial city." 3 months later, after a long and arduous journey, Su Yu and the others finally arrived at the imperial city. Unlike the tribes, there were all kinds of people in the imperial city. For convenience, Su Yu summoned Luzhu. She was more familiar with the environment here than Su Yu. "Sir, the most famous intelligence agency in the imperial city is the Hall of One Man's Word. As long as you have money, you can get any information you want," Luzhu said. "The premise is that you have a lot of money. In fact, Su, you didn't have the coins of the ancient god realm. Take me there," Su Yu said. Luzhu thought about it and said, "Sir, the Hall of One Man's Word only recognizes money and not people. Without enough gold coins from the ancient god realm, I'm afraid you'll be humiliated for no reason." "Haha, don't worry, they'll pay me back." "Huh?" Green Bead was flabbergasted. Since ancient times, only the Hall of One Man's Word had demanded money from others. This was the first time she had heard of someone giving money to others. The Hall of One Man's Word was located in the southern part of the imperial city. It was located in a remote area, but it was bustling with activity. Su Yu and the others waited patiently for 3 days before it was finally their turn to enter. Rather than calling it the Hall of One Man's Word, it would be more accurate to call it the Palace of One Man's Word. The Hall of One Man's Word was divided into 9 sub-halls. Each sub-hall had 10 rooms. Su Yu and the others had entered one of the rooms. Inside the room, there was an old man who was half black and half transparent. He was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed, his expression dull and impatient. According to the degree of secrecy, the information will be divided into 3 levels: Sun, Moon, and Star. Star is the lowest, and it will cost at least 10,000 God territory gold coins each time. Verify the gold coins first, then start asking questions. The old man announced the rules mechanically, sizing them up. With the old man's experience, he could easily tell that the 3 of them did not have an illustrious background. Green Bead was slightly surprised and exclaimed softly, 10 years ago, wasn't it only 3,000 gold coins? When did the price increase?" The translucent old man said lightly, "It increased just now. Do you have any objections?" Green Bead was secretly indignant. She had seen the arrogance of the people in the Hall of One Man's Word. Back then, even the Mermaid Emperor was despised. However, the power behind the Hall of One Man's Word was so great that the Mermaid Emperor could only bear with it. She was a little worried that Su Yu would not be able to control his temper. "We don't have gold coins," Su Yu said calmly. The translucent old man's expression tightened. "Why are you here if you don't have money? The Hall of One Man's Word is not a place for beggars." His words were extremely rude. Su Yu was still not angry. He silently took out a jade bottle that contained a drop of transparent divine blood and said, "But I have this." The translucent old man sneered. "I said as long as I have money. Don't give beggars things to me." His voice stopped abruptly because after Su Yu opened the jade bottle, a breath that contained the majestic will of an emperor suddenly floated over. His eyes widened as he stared unblinkingly at the small jade bottle in Su Yu's palm. He said in surprise, This is. Suyu closed the bottle cap as if nothing had happened and said lightly, "It's nothing. It's just a beggar's thing. I'm sure you won't be interested in it. Let's go." The translucent old man recovered from his shock, his face turning green and red. Seeing that Suyu was about to leave, he hurriedly said, "Wait. If you give this to me, the price of information will be reduced by half." Suyu sneered. "Do you really think I'm a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world? Do you think you can swindle away the divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor like this?" His voice was not loud, but it was not soft either. The 4 words, World Annihilation Emperor, were undoubtedly a mythical legend in the ancient god realm. As soon as it appeared, it immediately pricked people's nerves. Did he just say the divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor? "It seems so, let me ask." The translucent old man was startled and immediately sealed the stone door, turning away the people who came to inquire. His arrogant face squeezed out an amiable expression, and he said with a smile, "You too, let's talk things over. Everything can be discussed." He stared unblinkingly at the jade bottle in Suyu's palm, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. This was the divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor, which was extremely rare. "I would like to buy this drop of divine blood. I wonder what price the 2 of you would like to offer," the old man asked kindly. Suyu gave him a sidelong glance and said lightly, "Can you afford it?" "Don't even think about it. It's not something people like you can afford." The translucent old man's face turned green. Only he had the right to say such things to others. Few people had the right to say such things to him. Luzhu secretly vented her anger. "Who asked you to be so arrogant? Now it's all over. I'm looking for you to give you a chance to make money. If only you know where this drop of the World Annihilation Emperor's blood is sold. How much do you think this information is worth?" Suyu put away the jade bottle, sat down casually and asked. The translucent old man's eyes turned, and he immediately understood the meaning behind it. Not to mention 10,000 God Realm Gold coins. Even millions of God Realm Gold coins could be easily earned back. Although it was still a pity that he could not swindle this drop of divine blood from Suyu's hands, he would be a fool not to make money. "All right, what information do you want to ask for? I will provide you with star-level information for free." Unexpectedly, Suyu shook his head coldly. "Free? Is there such a good thing in the world? Give me 500,000 God Realm Gold coins, and I will decide whether or not to ask for information from you. Otherwise, I would rather go to other intelligence agents. Anyway, the intelligence agents of the other 89 rooms would welcome me to cooperate with them." Chapter 13:16. "If you're not willing, I'll take my leave." Suyu stood up and said without hesitation. "Wait," the translucent elder said immediately. He had been in the intelligence business for many years and knew that he would not lose out on this deal. This was the divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor. The value of this item was more than tens of thousands. All the powerful officials in the empire were keen on it. "All right, I'll give you 500,000 gold coins and provide you with information for free. In return, you will only tell me when and where you sell the World Annihilation Emperor's divine blood," the elder said decisively. Suyu nodded. "Deal. I can provide you with information I know for free, but the 500,000 gold coins must be paid after you sell the divine blood. Otherwise, if you run away with a huge sum of money, it doesn't matter if I lose the gold coins, but if the information is false, it will have a huge impact on me and the Hall of One Man's Word." "No problem," Suyu said readily. His goal was to obtain information, and the gold coins were not essential. Luzhu, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. At first, she did not believe him. She had seen the arrogance of the Hall of One Man's Word. How could they provide information for free and even pay him? Now she had to accept it. Looking at Suyu, Luzhu could not help but admire him. He was too amazing. "Very well," The first piece of information I want is the world annihilation plate, Suyu said directly. Hearing that, the translucent elder was surprised and said with a bitter smile, "You want the highest level of information right from the start? This information is worth 100,000 gold coins. Are you going back on your word?" Suyu said lightly. The translucent elder snorted. "The Hall of One Man's Word is all about credibility. Since I promised you, I have no intention of going back on my word. The real world annihilation plate disappeared during the Great Destruction era. According to the most likely speculation, the world annihilation plate was probably taken away by that woman." The translucent elder said proudly, "I know you don't understand the Great Destruction era, and you don't know who that woman is. But that doesn't matter. All you need to know is that the world annihilation plate is no longer in this world." Suyu fell into deep thought. Rubbing his chin, he murmured, "The real thing is in the hands of the sinful lady. No wonder the descendants of the world annihilation emperor could only create replicas." You know the sinful lady?" The translucent old man was taken aback. Apart from the ancient imperial sacred factions, only the Hall of One Man's Word had such a long history. The translucent elder immediately stopped underestimating him. He had the divine blood of the world annihilation emperor and knew the history of billions of years ago. Who would believe that he was an ordinary person? Suyu raised his head and said, "I want to know the design information of the world annihilation plate replica." Hearing that, the translucent old man shook his head without hesitation. If the Hall of One Man's Word grasped such top-notch information, do you think we can still exist peacefully? If they really had it in their hands, the other powers would swarm over and force the Hall of One Man's Word to hand over such shocking information. Even the Evernight Sacred Gate wouldn't let them off. Then let's change the question. Which minister has the ability to let me come into contact with those top-notch information? The translucent old man fell into deep thought and didn't refuse right away. After a while, he said, "There's someone who can help you look through the materials." "Who?" Suyu's eyes lit up. "The #1 minister of the empire, Shangguan Feiyu. This person is in charge of all the weapon research in the empire. According to reliable sources, he once tried to recreate the world annihilation plate replica, but the cost was too great and he failed." Hearing that, Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally found a clue. "How do I contact this person?" Suyu asked. The translucent old man chuckled. "Why don't we make another deal? I'll introduce you to Shangguan Feiyu, and you'll give me 500,000 God Realm Gold coins? What do you think?" "Sure." Suyu was unexpectedly forthright. The translucent old man grinned. "Ha ha ha. I like dealing with straightforward people like you. If you don't mind, you can rest in the VIP building of the Hall of One Man's Word. In less than 5 days, I'll arrange for you to meet Shangguan Feiyu." Suyu's eyes flickered. "Oh, you're so influential that you can arrange it just like that?" The translucent old man chuckled. "What if I sell the information about you selling the divine blood of the world annihilation emperor to Shangguan Feiyu? Do you think he'll meet you?" Information had to be sold anyway. It didn't matter who he sold it to. "Ha ha, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What a good plan." Suyu said, "Where is the largest auction house in this place?" The Tianyu auction house has a strong background and has never had a bad record of embezzling other people's goods. Besides, they've auctioned the divine blood of other emperors once before, so they're trustworthy. Suyu said, "All right, if it's convenient for you, find someone from the Tianyu auction house." The translucent old man was happy to facilitate this. He laughed. "Don't worry, young master. You can count on me. If you don't mind, you can stay in the Hall of One Man's Word." Suyu declined politely. "I have another place to stay. I'll look for you in 3 days. By then, I want to meet someone in charge of the Tianyu auction house." "No problem." After leaving the Hall of One Man's Word, Suyu turned into a small alley and disguised himself as a demon. When he came out again, no one recognized him. Only then did he find an inconspicuous to lodge a complaint. With a great treasure on him, he could never be too careful. In the secret room of the Hall of One Man's Word, the translucent old man asked, "Have you tracked him down?" In front of him was a dog who was good at tracking. He shook his head and said, "This person is very alert." He changed his appearance in the alley. "What about his aura?" "As a dog, you're very sensitive to auras. Few creatures can escape your tracking." "How did you lose him?" the translucent old man asked in surprise. The dog was also in disbelief. "I thought it was strange too. When he entered the alley, there was a mysterious force that blocked my detection of his aura. That's why I lost him." How could he have guessed that Suyu had a fragment of the rules in his body? It was so easy for him to block his detection. The translucent old man frowned slightly. "The mysterious force should be a special treasure, right? Are we still looking for him?" the dog asked. The translucent old man shook his head. "Since we've lost him, there's no need to look for him anymore. Let's wait for him to come to me in 3 days. Also, inform Master Lin of the Tianyu auction house to come to me. Also, inform Shangguan Feiyu. Tell him that the divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor that he asked me to keep an eye on has been found." A strange light flickered in the depths of his eyes. In the inn, Suyu summoned Puppy. Puppy looked confused. She rubbed her eyes sleepily and muttered, "Where is this?" "This is the demon dimension." "Ah." Puppy's legs turned to jelly, and her fat body rolled on the ground. She covered her head with her 2 paws and whimpered, "Woo-woo! I don't want to go back to the demon dimension. I lied to you. Be **starred. Unconsciously, Puppy spoke very fluently and no longer felt awkward. "I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Puppy bared her teeth. Suyu looked thoughtful. The royal family of the demon dimension has inherited a set of sword formations since ancient times, called the 9 Suns Cosmos Sword Formation. Is that true? Puppy nodded, then shook her head. There is such a set of sword techniques, but the first part of the 9 Suns sword formation has been lost. There is only the Cosmos sword formation. Have you practiced it? No. Have you memorized it? No. Then what did you do in the demon dimension? The blue veins on Suyu's forehead were throbbing. Puppy counted with her paws. A lot, eating, playing, drinking, sleeping. Enough, let's eat me tonight. Dog meat hot pot. Wait, let me think about it carefully, I will remember it. Puppy immediately begged for mercy, tilting her head to think carefully. Just like that, Puppy held the pen in her mouth. Under Suyu's stare, she didn't sleep all night to think about the sword formation. Finally, a thick stack of sword formation illustrations appeared in front of Suyu. Are you sure there is no problem? Suyu asked suspiciously. Puppy raised her paw to the sky. I swear to God, it must be true and there are no flaws. I want you to swear to eat, drink, and sleep well. If there is any falsehood, you will not be able to eat, drink, or sleep well in the future. Swish! Puppy immediately retracted her paw and slapped it on her back. She said shyly, Don't be so cruel, okay? Suyu was speechless. This sword manual was indeed incomplete. Think again, Suyu said fiercely. I don't. In the house, there was a miserable howl. 3 days later, Puppy stared at 2 dark circles under her eyes, swayed, and finally fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Finally, I can sleep soundly, wah. With her eyes closed, she fell asleep from exhaustion. Suyu gave her a kick in annoyance. What a useless princess. In her sleep, Puppy subconsciously twisted her buttocks and muttered, Don't touch my drumstick, whoever touches me. I will bite. Suyu shook his head and looked down at the sword manual in his hand. After days of thinking, it had been perfected. After rehearsing it in his mind and finding that it was almost the same as the one performed by the demonic god of six paths, he finally confirmed that the sword manual was accurate. Recalling the sword of the demonic god of six paths that day, when the cosmos sword formation appeared, the dead soul worm's wing was cut off. According to Su Yu's current understanding of the strength of the god realm, although the dead soul worm failed to cross the ordeal, it had the strength of a quasi-galactic overlord, which was equivalent to the giant of the bitter sea. Such a strong being still had one of its wings cut off, which showed the power of the sword formation. It was overbearing. Moreover, the 9 swords of the demonic god of six paths were already broken swords, and the power of the sword formation was limited, so it could not exert 100% of its power. Thinking of this, Su Yu's heart was pounding. Looking at the title page, it was the requirements to practice this sword formation. Realm requirements. The sword formation needs to be instilled with strong divine power, so only the strong men of the deity realm can practice it. Prospective deities can't practice it if their divine power is insufficient. Su Yu frowned slightly. The requirements of the 9 suns' sword formation were worlds apart. If Su Yu had obtained the cosmos sword formation in the beginning, it would have been impossible to practice it. Main material requirements. At least a 10,000-year-old wood-based material. 1 year less will not be able to withstand the power of the sword formation. Seeing this, Su Yu was speechless. A 10,000-year-old wood-based treasure? With the current state of the god realm, what wood-based material could grow to 10,000 years old? What's more, it was not an ordinary material, but a divine wood-level material. Recalling the 9 swords of the golden flames forbidden wood of the demonic god of six paths, those 9 swords were probably the remnants of the Great Destruction era. In this world, it was impossible to find a divine wood-based wood that was 10,000 years old. Moreover, the illustration also said that the cosmos sword formation was harmful to the swords. Ordinary materials could not withstand the power of the sword formation when it broke out. Su Yu was speechless. In this era, who would practice this kind of sword formation? Firstly, it was impossible to collect all the swords. Secondly, it took a lifetime of effort to collect them, but they were all destroyed after a few rounds. Except for masochists, no one would practice the cosmos sword formation, right? Chapter 13:17. With a thought, Su Yu entered the 9 jade spiritual pearl and was surprised to find that Shingo had entered the stage of breaking through to prospective deity. A faintly discernible divine tribulation was about to descend. Su Yu let out a bitter laugh. If he went through the ordeal in the 9 jade spiritual pearl, these ordeals would be counted as part of his ordeal in the future. As a master, I really sacrifice myself for others. Su Yu laughed helplessly and went to the side of the nursery in a flash. He gazed at the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, which had been cultivated since the true dragon continent. It had probably been cultivated for no less than 10 years. According to the nursery's cultivation speed, it was equivalent to 5,000 years in the outside world. Compared to the ordinary heavenly orchid silver bamboo, the current heavenly orchid silver bamboo did not seem to have any difference in appearance, apart from being extremely sturdy. In the past, Su Yu might have really thought so. However, with the fragment of the rule in his heart, Su Yu could vaguely sense the faint ripples of the rule coming from the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. Such a shocking scene shocked Su Yu greatly. Is this the effect of cultivating the heavenly orchid silver bamboo to its limit? Su Yu was secretly delighted. The only regret was that it was impossible for Su Yu to craft the sword body of the cosmos sword formation. He would have to wait for at least another 10 years before the heavenly orchid silver bamboo could achieve the goal of the cosmos sword formation. Apart from that, there were many seeds scattered around the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, producing many new heavenly orchid silver bamboos. If it continued to grow, the effects would be astonishing. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo could not be used at the moment, and the cosmos sword formation could not be cultivated for the time being. However, after a year, the golden flames forbidden wood was already 500 years old and had reached a mature state. This divine wood was extinct in the god realm of the Galaxy Masters. The golden flames forbidden wood of the demon realm was found in a fossil. A piece of mature golden flames forbidden wood was growing in front of Suyu. If it was in the Xing River, it would definitely be shocking. More importantly, this thing had an extremely powerful restraining effect on the giant of the Bitter Sea. Although he did not know how it worked, he believed that with more training, it would definitely play an unexpected role in the war in the future. With a thought, Suyu dug one out. Suyu had a deep understanding of the hardness of this wood. The water of the Bitter Sea, which could corrode deities, could do nothing to the golden flames forbidden wood. If this was used to create the 9 Suns sword formation, its power would definitely be extraordinary. Carrying the golden flames forbidden wood, Suyu left the 9 Jades spiritual pearl and appeared in the outside world. Suyu remembered that in order to forge this boat, he had gathered dozens of prospective deities and spent several months to refine the hard golden flames forbidden wood. This wood was so difficult to refine that even deity powerhouses would have a headache over it. Suyu pondered for a moment, and a mouthful of gray flames spurted out from his nostrils. The flames adhered to the golden flames forbidden wood and quickly melted it. A look of joy appeared on his face. The dragon breath was indeed useful. At first, Suyu was a little worried that he would have to seek help from others if he was unable to refine it. Slowly closing his eyes, Suyu melted the whole piece of golden flames forbidden wood into a golden liquid. The surface of the liquid was burning with a faint golden flame. With the experience of crafting the sword body of the 9 Suns sword formation, it was much easier for Suyu to craft the golden flames forbidden wood sword. Half a day later, Suyu's head was surrounded by 9 gray flames. Sword condensation. As Suyu shouted in a low voice, the 9 masses of gray flames started stretching and becoming longer, condensing into the shape of a 3-foot-long sword. The liquid inside flowed along the flames and solidified into a 3-foot-long sword. Sword formation. Suyu shouted again, and the dragon breath was abruptly withdrawn. At the same time, a water-based power emerged from his body, instantly turning into ice and sprayed on the 9 fiery liquid swords. The extremely hot liquid immediately froze when it encountered the cold, piercing ice. The liquid cooled at a speed visible to the naked eye, solidified, and finally condensed into a golden color. The surface of the sword was burning with a pale golden color. 9 swords collect! Suyu shouted, and the 9 swords hovered around Suyu. Compared with the previous heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword, the golden flames forbidden wood sword not only jumped several grades in quality, but also had more spirituality and was extremely convenient to command. Looking at the remaining 1/3 of the materials, Suyu once again spewed out the dragon breath and refined them into a bow and arrow. 1 bow and 9 arrows. With the hardness of the golden flames forbidden wood, not many things in the world could resist it. There were still some materials left, and Suyu refined them into a handful of round beads. There were a total of 99 beads, each of which was only the size of an eyeball. These were modified based on the underworld pearl of the great emperor of Ghost Prison. There were more of them, smaller in size and harder in texture. With Suyu's current soul strength, he could control 99 round beads at the same time without any pressure. After the refinement was completed, Suyu heaved a long sigh of relief and stored the row of treasures into a Buddha bead. Only then did he get up and go to the hall of one man's word. The translucent elder had an empty seat and had sent a young boy to wait at the entrance of the hall of one man's word. Seeing Suyu from afar, he led Suyu in through the small door with a smile. Inside the secret chamber, the translucent elder stood up to welcome him, smiling. "Haha, you're finally here. I was afraid you wouldn't come." Suyu entered and saw another person in the room. He had a square head and big ears, and an extraordinary bearing. Seeing Suyu come in, he nodded and smiled. The translucent elder said, "Let me introduce you. This is Master Lin of the Tianyu auction house. This is the person who is going to sell the divine blood. You won't regret choosing the Tianyu auction house, Master Lin said with a smile. May I appraise the divine blood? Su Yu said, no problem. As he spoke, he handed the jade bottle containing the divine blood to him. Looking at it through the jade bottle, Master Lin's eyes lit up. It is indeed the blood of an emperor, and it is the divine blood of the former first emperor of the world Annihilation Emperor. Then he opened the jade bottle and sniffed it gently. His eyes shone brilliantly. What pure divine blood! This item can definitely be sold at a sky-high price. My friend, if you trust me, I will bring this item back to the auction house for you now. It will only take 5 days to advertise it, and the whole city will be attracted to come and bid for it. This item may be auctioned off at a new high price. Su Yu nodded. All right. Master Lin beamed and handed over a card. This is your consignment certificate. Once the divine blood is sold, the money will be transferred back to your card after deducting the auction fee. All right, if there are no other questions, I will take my leave. As he spoke, Su Yu looked at the translucent elder and threw down a communication jade pendant. If Shangguan Feiyu wants to see me, let me know at any time. Having said that, Su Yu left immediately. He still changed his appearance, took a detour, and arrived at the market. Su Yu, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The evil god's puzzled voice sounded in his mind. Su Yu touched his heart, subconsciously looked around, and said solemnly, I feel like someone is watching me. Is there? The evil god released his senses, but found nothing. Su Yu said, I believe in the feeling of approval. I am being watched, but who is it? With a serious look in his eyes, Su Yu tried to take a detour in the city. In the end, half a day later, the feeling of being watched still existed. Who is it? Su Yu asked. He had the fragment of law to conceal his breath, and even after changing his appearance several times, he still couldn't shake off the other party. This surprised Su Yu. Even the fragment of law couldn't block the other party's tracking? Who was it? When did it start? The evil god also realized the seriousness of the situation. Su Yu said, I noticed it when I first entered the Hall of One Man's Word. I thought it was someone from the Hall of One Man's Word or the Tianyu auction house, but now it seems that it is someone else. All of a sudden, Su Yu swept his gaze towards the top of a great hall. He clearly caught a glimpse of a shadow from the corner of his eye, but when he fixed his gaze, the other party had disappeared. Is this person just here to monitor me? Su Yu was vigilant. In this way, it would be inconvenient for him to return to the inn. The other party did make a move, so Su Yu decided to act casually, pretending to be relaxed and luring him out. Su Yu randomly entered a material shop that specialized in all kinds of crafting materials. Speaking of which, Su Yu did need to prepare some materials. The main material of the Cosmo sword formation was 10,000-year-old divine wood, and the supplementary materials were also extremely demanding, requiring several types of extremely rare ores. While luring the enemy out, Su Yu tried his luck in the shop to see if he could find the ores he needed. Obviously, Su Yu's luck wasn't that good. He couldn't find the ores he wanted so casually. Just as Su Yu was about to leave, a young woman walked over with a tranquil smile. If there is nothing here that you want, you can go up to the second floor. That is the VIP building. Maybe you can find what you want there. Su Yu glanced around. Second floor? All of a sudden, Su Yu stared at a void where a slight fluctuation flashed. Young master, you have to be observant. That is the entrance to the second floor, which is only open to distinguished guests. As she spoke, the maid led the way in front, holding a jade pendant in her hand. She gently touched the void, and a door appeared out of thin air. Su Yu entered the door calmly, and the maid followed behind him obediently. A burst of space energy flashed. Without thinking, Su Yu grabbed a handful of golden beads and slapped them behind him. Ah! The one standing behind him was clearly a young maid, but what came out was a rough cry of pain. When he looked back, there was no longer a maid. It was obviously a thin man disguised as a man. His face was as gloomy as ink, and he said in a low voice, "You found out that I was disguised, and you want to harm me?" Su Yu said calmly, "Of course. Otherwise, why would you only invite me up here when there are so many customers in the shop?" The thin man laughed sinisterly. "You still dare to come up here when you know? Open your eyes and see where you are." Su Yu looked around, his expression indifferent. This place turned out to be outside the city. The space energy that swept through the door just now was space transportation. 1,000 feet in front of Su Yu, a demonic god was standing coldly. Su Yu smiled faintly. "Let me guess, you must be the Yiksha King." The Yiksha King snorted. "It is surprising that you can still remain calm in such a situation." Sizing up Su Yu, the Yiksha King said, "You barged into the prince's mansion as if there was no one there, and you are so calm in front of me. I have to say, you are a talent worthy of training. Unfortunately, you have offended someone you shouldn't have." Su Yu glanced behind the Yiksha King. There were 3 deities from other races, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "The person you are talking about should be the mastermind who instigated you to extract the Emperor's bloodline, right? How could a mere Yiksha tribe dare to do such a thing? Once the news was leaked, it would be a disaster for the entire tribe. There must be someone behind them, and that person must be someone of great power and influence. Otherwise, how could they find Su Yu so quickly in the vast crowd of people in the Imperial City? How could they find a space expert to move Su Yu here?" Chapter 1318. The Yiksha King narrowed his eyes. "It doesn't matter who is behind this. What matters is that you should pay for what you have done. You killed my heir, stole the divine blood, and took away all the deities of the World Annihilation Emperor. There must be someone behind this," the Yiksha King said with certainty. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain how the Blood Corpse Yiksha had died. The 4 great sacred factions were now in conflict with each other. This was the only possibility that he could think of. Su Yu said calmly, "So what if I am?" "So what?" "Of course, I will capture you and hand you over to the Lord." The Yiksha King laughed sinisterly. "Don't worry, with that person's temperament, you will receive special treatment. Activate the formation." The Yiksha King bellowed. "Chi! Chi!" The imprisonment formation that had been prepared around Su Yu was suddenly activated. The light formed by the fusion of 3 divine powers locked Su Yu within a radius of 10,000 feet. In this way, any means of escape would be futile. "Capture him first. I want him alive," the Yiksha King said. The 3 deities behind him nodded and strode toward Su Yu. At the same time, the deity behind Su Yu, who was good at disguising himself, smiled sinisterly. His whole body turned transparent and disappeared. Su Yu stood where he was, unmoving. When the 3 deities reached out to grab him, Su Yu breathed out dragon's breath from his nostrils and swept across the surroundings. The 3 deities saw that Su Yu's cultivation was only at the mortal fairy stage 4, so they thought it would be easy to capture him. Who would have thought that Su Yu could spit out such a terrifying flame from his mouth? The leader of the deities was caught off guard and was hit by the dragon's breath. In 2 or 3 breaths, he was turned into a living person. In the midst of a tragic roar, he was burned into a bloody mess. The other 2 gods were startled, and they hurriedly dodged. Their hearts shivered, and they stopped underestimating Lin Fan. "Save me!" The deity who was burned by the dragon's breath screamed. The Yiksha King's face changed slightly. He did not expect such a strange dragon's breath. "Yiksha Divine Ice." The Yiksha King opened his mouth and spat out a crystal-colored bead, which emitted endless coldness. As soon as it was taken out, the water around it froze into ice. An astonishing chill enveloped the leader and immediately froze the dragon breath on his body, gradually extinguishing it. "Lad, "Did you kill the blood corpse Yiksha?" After witnessing Su Yu's strange techniques, the Yiksha king asked in surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, the god whose dragon breath had just been extinguished let out another miserable shriek. The sound of frying beans could be heard from his skin and flesh, crackling continuously. Then, with a muffled bang, the god that had just been rescued exploded from the inside out. Flying along with the minced meat was a handful of golden beads that emitted faint flames. Without waiting for them to see what they were, Su Yu clenched his fist and retrieved the dozen round pearls. The god who was left with only his soul and godly spirit screamed and retreated hastily. However, just as he retreated, he felt a black light flash in front of him. A black dragon flashed past. Then his vision went black and he lost consciousness. When he reappeared, he landed in a pitch-black soul space. In the empty space, a sinister voice rang out. "Hee, another great tonic. It seems like I can recover to the level of an ordinary god in advance." In the outside world, both the Yiksha king and the two gods stared at the 3-feet-long black dragon in front of them in shock. The strange aura gave them a sense of foreboding. What shocked them even more was that the deity was killed in just a few moves. How could an ordinary god achieve such a feat? Haha, thank you for sending me a tonic. I will accept it without hesitation. Su Yu smiled slightly. He, who had transformed into the World Annihilation Dragon, suddenly swept his giant tail. The huge tail directly smashed the solid divine power barrier. Su Yu swung his dragon head and was about to break the formation and leave. The Yiksha king roared, "Stop right there!" Su Yu shrugged. Only an idiot would stop, right? If you have the guts, stay here. Su Yu rolled his eyes. Putting aside the fact that you are oppressing those who are at a lower level, there are 5 of you, bullying the weak and outnumbering the few. You are the ones who have no guts. I will not accompany you. You bunch of gutless people. Do whatever you want. Swish! Su Yu flew out of the barrier in an instant, and the Yiksha king couldn't catch up. However, right at that moment, an extremely cunning black dagger was suddenly thrust toward Su Yu's back. The appearance of the dagger was like a stroke of genius, and no one could detect it in advance. But Su Yu just smiled coldly, and his long tail swept across. Ah! A woman's scream rang out. A transparent god was swept by Su Yu, and blood gushed out of her mouth. It was none other than the god who had disguised herself as a maid and lured Su Yu here. Her divine path should be good at disguise and invisibility. Su Yu's eyes turned, and with a claw he smashed her body into pieces, grabbed her soul and celestial energy sphere, and flew away. The Yiksha king was furious. The 5 gods had set up an ambush, but they couldn't stop a 4th-stage mortal fairy junior? Where do you think you are going? The Yiksha king roared, and 2 masses of demonic energy rose under his feet. His speed soared, and he quickly caught up with Su Yu. Yiksha Divine Ice. The Yiksha king held the ice-cold pearl in his hand and imbued it with divine energy. Suddenly, a shocking chill descended around Su Yu, and his dragon body froze, and he lost much of his agility. The power of 5 elements. The power of 5 elements in Su Yu's body had all been converted into the power of water. Compared to before, after the 5 elements divine path was solidified, Su Yu's power of 5 elements had been improved, and the converted water power was extremely powerful. The water power behind Su Yu transformed into a pair of enormous tails. With a gentle sweep, the powerful force of the water pushed Su Yu tens of millions of miles away. At the same time, the swirling water pushed the Yiksha king hundreds of thousands of miles away. The Yiksha king was furious. If Su Yu really escaped, wouldn't it be a joke? Yiksha transformation. The Yiksha king growled, and his whole body kept expanding. He turned into a bloated figure, with barbs all over his back and a pair of huge black wings. With a flap of his wings, endless water swirled up, and his speed increased dramatically. Soon, He had closed the distance between him and Suyu. A yaksha and a black dragon were chasing each other in the waters outside the imperial city. Half a day later, the two of them arrived at the foot of the imperial city. The yaksha king still had a long way to go. He watched Suyu enter the imperial city and stopped in his tracks. He was secretly annoyed. Damn it! How could he escape like this? Not only had he failed to capture him, but he had also lost two deities. More importantly, he had alerted the enemy. It would be extremely difficult to find Su Yu's hiding place in the city. Guards, go into the city and ask around. We must find him, or we will all die. The Yiksha king's heart was heavy. If they couldn't find the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor and retrieve the stolen divine blood, they would lose their lives. Su Yu restored his human body and landed in a secluded place on the edge of the city. I didn't expect the Yiksha king to be so powerful. He could find me so easily in such a big city. Su Yu was secretly shocked, and then he shook his head. It seems I was too careless. He must have known my human face. I can't show it again. After thinking about it, Su Yu simply imitated the demon's face. But that wasn't appropriate. They might know his face too. Staring at the godly spirit and divine soul in his palm, Su Yu's eyes flickered. In an extremely remote inn, Su Yu spat out a gust of dragon's breath. The dragon's breath turned into a chain, entangling the divine soul. Fiddling with the godly spirit, Su Yu said calmly, "Black Phoenix." With a call, the Black Phoenix, who had been training in the 9 Jade spiritual pearl, appeared. "What can I do for you, master?" The graceful woman in a black gauze bowed and asked, "Is your path of invisibility as good as this person's?" Su Yu asked. The Black Phoenix looked up at the trapped divine soul. At first she was shocked. A deity? Master was so powerful that he could trap a deity all by himself? When she regained her composure, the Black Phoenix laughed bitterly. "Master, are you laughing at me? My divine path only pushed me to the level of an early-stage prospective deity. The other party is already a seasoned deity. My divine path can't compare." Su Yu nodded thoughtfully. "If that's the case, I'll ask for his divine path. Well, you can study it too. It'll be beneficial to your training." Huh. The Black Phoenix's eyes widened. She pointed at her own nose. "You want me to study the divine path too? Why, you don't want to." Su Yu frowned. The Black Phoenix shook her head hurriedly. She was so excited that she was speechless. No, I'm just too surprised and excited. The divine path is the foundation of the deities. Unless it's passed down, it can't be comprehended by others. In the Netherworld faction, this is the first time I've had the opportunity to study a divine path like this. Moreover, it's a mature divine path of a deity. Is that so? Su Yu said indifferently. I'm just casually studying it. You still have to walk your own path. The Black Phoenix was speechless. What do you mean, casually studying it? Apart from a monster like you, there's no one else who can imprison a deity and force him to hand over his divine path, right? As he spoke, Su Yu looked at the deity placidly. Did you hear that? Show us your divine path and let us comprehend it. If you don't, I'll kill you right now. With a few threats and Su Yu's experience of killing a deity with his own hands, the other party soon presented his divine path obediently. Su Yu and the Black Phoenix began to comprehend it immediately. Such comprehension of the divine path was no different from passing down a legacy. If one were to comprehend it diligently, it would be very easy to integrate into it. Moreover, Su Yu had the cheating method of time acceleration. With a shift of thought, Su Yu entered a state of time acceleration. After the attack of the fragment of the rules, the effect of time acceleration increased by leaps and bounds. It was now 1,000 times faster than the outside world. A day in the outside world was 3 years for Su Yu. With such a huge difference in time, even a pig could comprehend it. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. The Black Phoenix's forehead was full of sweat. She was both excited and exhausted. From the other's divine path, the Black Phoenix had gained a lot of enlightenment. Before she became a deity, she was suddenly enlightened about the things that she didn't understand. Her whole body was filled with waves of penetrating spiritual light. This was a sign of enlightenment. She could achieve this because her divine path was invisibility, which was extremely similar to the deity before her. Haha, Master has really given me great benefits. The Black Phoenix opened her eyes slowly and thought to herself, but as a servant, I can't be too eye-catching and incur Master's displeasure. If he asks how much I've comprehended, I'll just say not much. Chapter 1319. Godly Laksana. Behind Suyu, there was a towering, transparent, and ever-changing phantom image. It was proof that he had obtained the divine path of invisibility and transformation. The trapped deity was also dumbfounded. I have been studying the divine path for 800 years, and he has reached the threshold in just 2 days. Even a successor with a high level of comprehension would need more than a decade of study and constant guidance from a deity to master it. But how long had it been for Suyu? 2 days. Grasping a divine Tao in 2 days, no one would be willing to believe this, even if they set it out. In fact, Suyu was in a state of time acceleration. It seemed like 2 days, but in fact he had been studying for 6 years. On the other hand, the rule fragment helped Suyu solidify his divine path quickly, so the godly Laksana appeared. Suyu did not stop studying, but continued to study. The Black Phoenix and the trapped deity watched as the godly Laksana behind Suyu changed day by day. Their expressions were extremely interesting. Finally, on the 5th day, the godly Laksana behind Suyu was solid and solid. It was no weaker than any of his other divine paths. In this way, Suyu successfully stole the complete divine path of a deity. The trapped deity was shocked speechless. Once he died, the deity's position would be vacant, and Suyu could rightfully ascend to the top. If word got out that Suyu was his successor, even he would believe it. The Black Phoenix's eyes were full of longing. You have seen people snatch treasures, resources, and women, but have you ever seen a divine path snatch? In just 5 days, you can plagiarize all the divine paths you have cultivated for your entire life. Suyu smiled. Hide. His body immediately turned transparent, invisible to the naked eye. Coupled with the rule fragment, even if he stood in front of the Yiksha king, he would not be able to sense him. The trapped deity was dumbfounded because even he could not sense Suyu's breath. He was clearly a plagiarist, but when he performed it, he was even stronger than him. This kind of absurd and tear-inducing feeling deeply shook his defeated heart. Then, Suyu tried to disguise himself. With a thought, his facial muscles wriggled, and his bones, internal organs, and meridians all changed accordingly. Suyu's body became like mud at this moment, and he could change it at will. Finally, Suyu's heart shook, and he changed into Gang Daliai's appearance. He was a flood dragon with the head of a flood dragon and the body of a human. Haha, I wonder if Gang Daliai will fly into a rage if he finds out that I used his name to swindle people. Suyu laughed secretly. When Suyu finished changing his appearance, the jade pendant on his waist emitted a beeping sound. It was the translucent old man. It seemed that Shangguan Feiyu wanted to see him. All right, I also want to meet him. Suyu thought to himself. He stood up and kept the divine soul and the Black Phoenix in the same Buddha bead. How much you can comprehend will depend on your own luck. The Black Phoenix was extremely grateful. She happily entered the space of the Buddha bead and patiently perfected her divine path. His word was law. Suyu walked all the way to the hall of one man's word. Along the way, he no longer felt like he was being watched. It seemed like he had successfully shaken off the surveillance of the Yiksha king and the mastermind. Near the hall of one man's word, Suyu transformed into his original form. The young boy of the translucent old man was still waiting at the door. When he saw Suyu, he led him to the back door. Entering the house, Apart from the translucent old man, there was also a middle-aged man wearing a golden mask, revealing only a pair of emerald eyes. He had broad shoulders and a huge sword on his back. His body was extremely muscular, and he gave off a strong sense of strength. His cultivation was quite profound. Judging from the aura he gave off, he was at least at the level of the first prince. He sat with his legs crossed, giving off a strong sense of pressure. From the sweat stains on the translucent old man's body that had yet to dry, one could tell how much pressure he had been under before Suyu arrived. Suyu's eyes flickered secretly. He was indeed the #1 general of the imperial city. With such strength, few could rival him in the galaxy. How many drops of the World Annihilation Emperor's divine blood do you have? Shangguan Feiyu went straight to the point, not wasting any time. Suyu sat down calmly and looked him in the eye. How did you know I have more divine blood? Shangguan Feiyu's eyes were sharp. When they met each other's gaze, it stung his eyes. Since you want to exchange information about the World Annihilation Plate replica with me, you wouldn't ask me to rob it at the Tiannu auction, would you? Haha, it's always good to talk to smart people. Suyu calmly took out another jade bottle, which contained 2 drops of divine blood. How about it? Can I have a look at the blueprint of the World Annihilation Plate replica? Shangguan Feiyu's eyes shone brilliantly. Suyu could feel that the moment he saw the item, his breathing became heavier. No. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Feiyu refused him. Suyu was not in a hurry. With a calm expression, he asked, Is there a reason? The reason is simple. The blueprint is no longer in my hands. Shangguan Feiyu's face was expressionless. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. But is there any hope of getting it? Why do you think so? Shangguan Feiyu stared at Suyu. Suyu said calmly, If there's no hope of getting the blueprint, what's the point of you coming to see me today? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Feiyu, who had been indifferent all this while, smiled. Interesting, you are really smart. If that's the case, we can consider working together. Working together? Tell me about it, Suyu said. Shangguan Feiyu said the blueprint was taken away by the #1 civil official of the empire, Grand Tutor Yuan. It's sealed in the ice-sealed river bottom of the North region. It's being guarded by the 9-headed Saint Demon. Apart from that, many other ancient blueprints have been sealed together with it. We can work together. I'll send someone to escort you to the ice-sealed river bottom and steal the sealed blueprints. You can get the blueprint of the World Annihilation Plate and return the rest of the blueprints to me. Suyu frowned slightly. You mean you want me to give you 2 drops of divine blood and take the risk to help you steal the blueprints? In other words, Suyu couldn't accept a cooperation that would put him at a disadvantage. It's not too late for you to make a decision after you know where the ice-sealed river bottom is. Not everyone can enter that place, except for General Shangguan, Grand Tutor Yuan, and the faction master of the Imperial Sacred Faction. No one is qualified to recommend anyone to enter that place. In other words, only the 3 of them are qualified to enter that place. The ice-sealed river bottom is an ancient relic left from the Great Destruction era. Less than 50% of it has been explored. The remaining 50% is still an unknown area. Countless people who have discovered ancient objects in it have become very powerful because of that. General Shangguan's recommendation is as valuable as the 2 drops of divine blood of the Emperor. Hearing this, Suyu was slightly tempted. Relics left behind from the Great Destruction era were rare. At least, there were no relics left in the Star River God Realm. At this time, Shangguan Feiyu said as he looked at Suyu, the ice-sealed river bottom opens once every 10 years. This year is the opening year. If it wasn't a coincidence, I wouldn't have come to see you. After a moment of silence, Suyu said, Are you sure I can help you get the sealed documents out? I'm not sure, so I have arranged for another group of trustworthy strong men to enter that place. Shangguan Feiyu glanced at Su Yu without hiding anything. In other words, he was only offering a recommendation in exchange for 2 drops of the divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor. As for the design, it would be best if Su Yu could get it out. Otherwise, it would be fine too. This matter would be handled by another group of people. Su, you didn't care about Shangguan Feiyu's disdain. Deal. Shangguan Feiyu said with a smile. Great. Come to my mansion and meet the people who will go with you first. Su Yu agreed and followed him to the mansion of the number 1 general. On the way, Su Yu changed his appearance to gang daily eyes. Shangguan Feiyu said approvingly. Su Yu's vigilance made him admire Su Yu even more. When they arrived at the backyard of the mansion, they saw 4 young men who were about the same age as Su Yu sitting cross-legged in a formation formed by the Stone Forest Formation. What was rather surprising was that all 4 of them were prospective deities. Among them, the leader, a man in white, had reached the late-stage prospective deity realm. Su Yu thought to himself, they are all talented young geniuses. Shangguan Feiyu said, the ice-sealed river bottom has an ancient mark. Anyone who is under 30 years old will be excluded. Su Yu suddenly understood why half of the ruins hadn't been excavated after so many years. Come here, all of you. Shangguan Feiyu stood outside the formation and waved his hand. Immediately, the young men rushed over and stood upright, looking respectful and nervous. This is your last member, Shangguan Feiyu said briefly. Hearing that, the man in white frowned slightly and lowered his head in silence. Bai Yunfei, do you have any questions? Shangguan Feiyu asked. Bai Yunfei looked at Su Yu and said, My lord, you said the last recommendation would be given to Tongling. Why did it become him? The ice-sealed river bottom was opened once every 100 years. As the number 1 general, he could only recommend 5 people. The 4 of them were young people who Shangguan Feiyu had taken a fancy to. They were all descendants of Shangguan Feiyu's subordinates. Tongling was also one of them. She had the strength of a middle-stage prospective deity and had a good relationship with them. They thought the last recommendation would be given to Tongling. However, it was taken by a guy who was only a stage for mortal fairy. Shangguan Feiyu said, I only said the last recommendation would be given to the most suitable person. In my opinion, he is more suitable than Tongling. That's it. Do you have any questions? Bai Yunfei was annoyed. The most suitable person was Tongling. Although he was not convinced, he pretended to be indifferent. No problem. Well, since there is no problem, you can have a rest now. I will send you to the North region in 3 months, Shangguan Feiyu said as he looked at Su Yu. Shangguan Feiyu said as he glanced at Su Yu, If you have nothing to do, you can practice in the training room of the mansion for several days. There are traces of the divine path left by the deities there. During this period, I will make an exception for you to study it. Su Yu knew Shangguan Feiyu sent Su Yu away because he was worried that Bai Yunfei and the others would harm him. Many thanks, Commander. Su Yu couldn't have asked for more. He didn't even need to look at their gazes to feel their hostility. In fact, with their weak strength, Su Yu could crush them easily with 1 finger. However, Su Yu didn't want to expose his strength before he reached the ice-sealed river bottom. Bai Yunfei and the other 3 stared at Su Yu's back coldly as he walked away. Brother Yunfei, are we going to let this go? If Tongling finds out, she will be furious. Right. Until now, Tongling still thinks the recommendation belongs to her. How sad will she be when she finds out the truth? The 5 of them were familiar with each other and got along well with each other. Moreover, Tongling was as beautiful as a flower and had a more prominent family background than them. Therefore, they always tried to flatter her. Bai Yunfei said coldly, What can we do? Can you change Commander Shangguan's will? The only thing we can do now is to teach him a lesson and help Tongling vent her anger. However, if we attack him, Commander Shangguan will know that we won't be able to get away with it. Bai Yunfei sneered. What's so difficult about that? Isn't a drop of the World Annihilation Emperor's blood going to be auctioned at the Tianyu auction house in a few days? I heard that Xue Rukin, the prince of the Xue nation in the North Territory, is coming. He is very interested in Tongling and has promised to help her in the ice-sealed river bottom. If we tell him that Tongling's recommendation has been taken by an outsider, what do you think Xue Rukin will do? He would teach Suyu a lesson if he was lucky, or kill him if he was unlucky. Chapter 1320. Shang Guanfeiyu led Suyu to the depths of the mansion, in front of a seemingly ordinary decaying wooden house. There were vague divine fluctuations around the wooden house. There were no less than 3 deities secretly guarding it. Moreover, a weathered old man in plain clothes was sitting cross-legged in front of the wooden house. Although he tried his best to suppress his cultivation, the divine energy that occasionally leaked out was extremely pure. In Su Yu's impression, it was comparable to the likes of the merchant god and the Shang deity. A strong man of this level would be the king of any tribe. However, in the Shangguan mansion, he was only a gatekeeper. The strength of the Shangguan mansion was profound, and the importance of this wooden house was evident. Go in. How much you can comprehend is up to you, Shangguan Feiyu said. Suyu nodded and entered silently. The door was closed, and a seal isolated the inside from the outside. Neither side could sense each other's existence. The weathered old man sighed. Feiyu, are you still not willing to give up? You have asked all the geniuses of the Empire of Darkness to comprehend the heaven-fighting diagram, except for Yongya Wuheng of the Imperial Sacred Faction. No one else can comprehend it. Why are you still so stubborn? Shangguan Feiyu looked at the door and sighed silently. I know that the descendants of the heaven-fighting divine warrior are all dead, and there should be no one else who can comprehend this heaven-fighting diagram. However, I am not willing to give up. The heaven-fighting 3 strokes of the heaven-fighting divine warrior can penetrate heaven and earth and reverse yin and yang. It is known as the number 1 magical power in the God realm. It was not easy for me to get the fragment of the map he left behind. How can I be willing to give up just like that? The weathered old man said, Don't force things. What is yours will be yours, and what is not yours cannot be forced. The interior of the wooden house was a completely different world. Inside was an extremely spacious hall. The hall was empty, with only strange patterns carved on the stone walls. The patterns were constantly flowing, and Su Yu's eyes followed them. Unknowingly, he was lost in them and could not extricate himself. Fortunately, the divine 9-dragon cauldron in his mind buzzed, waking Su Yu up from his trance. Hiss! What kind of deity left this divine path? Su Yu was surprised. He was lost in them with just one look? Su Yu had a strange look on his face. After some thought, he used the power of time. When he accelerated time, the outside world was relatively slower by 1,000 times. Looking at those patterns, Su Yu was surprised to find that they were still flowing even though time was slowed down. This was slowing down time by 1,000 times. After taking a closer look, Su Yu finally found some clues. These looked like patterns, but in fact, they were formed by rapidly flowing characters. Many characters flowed together, giving off the illusion that they were textures. In fact, these were just words. Now that time was slowed down by 1,000 times. The flow of the words was much slower, and Su Yu could barely read them. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible for anyone to see these words clearly, right? Why did Shangguan Feiyu ask me to comprehend the stone wall? Su Yu was a little speechless. Such fast-flowing words couldn't be seen by living beings at all, at least in the current God realm. It was unlikely that anyone could see the existence of words. Filled with doubts, Su Yu wrote down the words that were flowing rapidly in his mind. Even with the help of time acceleration, Su Yu found it extremely difficult to record. He could only distinguish one sentence after the time it took for an incense stick to burn. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After Su Yu finished recording the last pattern on the stone wall, he leaned against the wall and gasped for breath. Phew, I'm really tired. Su Yu exhaled, holding a jade pendant in his hand. He looked gratified. However, it's worth it. This is a great magical power called the Heaven-Fighting 3 Strokes, which contains the strongest magical power of the heaven-fighting divine warrior's life. Thinking of this, Suyu grinned. What a great deal! I thought it was the divine path of an ordinary deity. I didn't expect it to be the legacy of a former divine warrior. Although, Su, you didn't know how glorious the heaven-fighting divine warrior was in the past. How could the things left behind by a divine warrior be ordinary? Perhaps this heaven-fighting 3 Strokes was extremely powerful. TSK Shengguan Fei let me in because he hoped that I could help him comprehend this heaven-fighting diagram, right? Before me, he must have invited many geniuses to enter, so he let me try, probably just in case. After thinking for a while, Suyu put away the jade pendant. He didn't intend to give the heaven-fighting 3 Strokes to Shangguan Feiyu. If Shangguan Feiyu knew that Suyu had obtained this technique, he might kill Suyu to keep it a secret. I'll try to comprehend this technique when I have the time, Suyu said to himself. Right at that moment, Bai Yunfei's voice sounded from outside the hut. Brother, the Tianyu auction is about to begin. Why don't you come with us to take a look? Suyu smiled. Bai Yunfei didn't even know his name, yet he invited him to the auction. What good intentions could he have? Presumably, Suyu had taken the place of the girl named Tongling, which had aroused their displeasure. After thinking for a while, Suyu walked out of the wooden hut. The elder guarding the door opened his eyelids a little and smiled. How's the comprehension? Suyu was about to answer that he hadn't comprehended anything when his heart suddenly froze. This was a verbal trap. If Suyu said he hadn't comprehended anything, he would definitely give himself away. Old senior, why did Commander Shangguan ask me to comprehend these strange patterns? As soon as I went in and took a look at the patterns, I fell into a daze and only woke up now, Suyu said. The elder's face was calm, as if he wasn't surprised at all. A hint of approval appeared on his face. Not bad. To be able to wake up on your own, you can be considered a person with good comprehension. Most people were so immersed in the patterns that they couldn't extricate themselves and needed an external force to wake them up. Those who could wake up on their own were extremely rare, and Suyu was one of them. All right, you can go now. Suyu left with a puzzled look on his face and met up with Bai Yunfei and the others. You entered the wooden hut too. What did you gain? Bai Yunfei smiled, but his smile was stiff. Suyu shrugged. I'm confused. I've been in a daze until now, and you want to go to the auction house? I'm sorry, I want to train for a while, so I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Training requires a balance of work and rest. Let's go. Bai Yunfei dragged Suyu away without further ado. Suyu glanced at the rest of them. Although they were all smiling, they were very unpracticed. They didn't even know how to pretend, and the words, "I'm going to mess with you," were written all over their faces. Suyu felt helpless and amused at the same time. Dragged by them, the group of people arrived at the Tianyu auction house. There were still 4 hours before the auction, and it could be said that the auction was nearing its end. However, the queue at the entrance was still as thick as the mountains and the seas, and it was packed with people. There were 3 entrances to the Tianyu auction house. The first was the entrance for ordinary guests, and it had the most people queuing. The second was the entrance for distinguished guests, and there were only a few dozen people queuing. Each of them was well-dressed and of noble status, and there was no lack of deity-level strong men among them. The third entrance was very strange. It was deserted and not a single person queued. However, the person in charge of this entrance was an extremely powerful middle-aged woman. Her face was cold and arrogant, and she leaned against the entrance as if nothing had happened. She did not even look at the other guests. Brother Su, is it? Today, I'll show you the life of us royalty and nobles. Bai Yunfei smiled and took out a white card elegantly. The other 3 people also took out their respective white cards. They looked relaxed and had a sense of superiority. Brother Su, you haven't seen this card before, have you? Bai Yunfei asked. Su Yu shook his head. It's my first time seeing it. Bai Yunfei patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, It's all right if it's your first time seeing it. This is called the Tiannu Silver Card. You can only get this card if you spend 1,000,000 gold coins at the Tiannu auction house. It has some special privileges, such as being able to enter the VIP room to watch the auction. You don't have to squeeze with these ordinary people in the narrow auction hall, and there will be professionals to serve you. The other three looked at Su Yu with disdain, as if to say that he was a country bumpkin. Su Yu smiled faintly and was unmoved. Brother Su, you haven't applied for a card yet, have you? Bai Yunfei asked in surprise. Su Yu said no. Bai Yunfei laughed. Ha! Don't worry, my silver card has special privileges, and I can bring one person in for free. You can just follow us and take a good look at the life of us royalty and nobles. The queue moved forward slowly, and it was finally their turn. The receptionist at the entrance was a delicate-looking young lady who greeted them politely. Welcome, Mr. Bai, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Qin, and Mr. Huang. May I ask if this gentleman is your attendant? Bai Yunfei and the others glanced at each other with a sneer on their faces. They did not give an explanation. In the eyes of outsiders, it was tantamount to tacit agreement. All right, please come in, young masters. The young lady smiled sweetly. As silver distinguished guests, you have the right to bring one attendant in. May I ask under whose name? Bai Yunfei extended his silver card elegantly. Put him under my name. Even if he is brought in by me, if anything happens to him, I will take responsibility. All right. The young lady registered skillfully. She only had eyes for Bai Yunfei and the others, and she did not pay any attention to Su Yu, the attendant. All right, the registration is complete. Please come in, young masters, the young lady said, activating the examination formation. Everyone who entered would have to go through a scan of the formation to verify the authenticity of the silver card. Bai Yunfei and the others entered one after another. The four of them were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. Being young and rich, they attracted many envious gazes. Wow! Isn't that Bai Yunfei, the heir of the Bai family, the Minister of Finance? And that's Zheng Xiaoliang, the heir of the headmaster of the Central Academy. Tsk, I'm so envious. They don't have to queue up and can take the silver passage, which is less crowded. Yeah, didn't you see that they even brought attendants with them? How extravagant. Wouldn't it be nice to bring me in? Bai Yunfei and the others smiled. Today, they wanted to embarrass Su Yu. At this time, it was Su Yu's turn to enter. As soon as he approached the formation's alarm suddenly sounded. A row of eye-catching red words appeared clearly, accompanied by a mechanical warning sound. Incorrect identity, no entry. Chapter 13:21. Has the Tiannu auction house's formation detection improved? Yeah, can't we bring people in? TSK, this attendant must be embarrassed now, right? Bai Yunfei and the other three were slightly stunned, but they were happy to see Su Yu make a fool of himself. Bai Yunfei shrugged and said, Brother Su, it seems like I can't show you the life of us nobles. Don't be discouraged, I'll bring you next time. The young girl guarding the entrance had seen similar incidents many times. She asked with familiarity, Sir, did you bring an ordinary card? If the entrance does not match the card type, this will happen. Su Yu remembered that Master Lin had given him a black card and said, Sorry, I almost forgot. Bai Yunfei and the other three in the formation pouted and said, Brother Su, it seems like this is fate. You can't force things that don't belong to you. Just stay in the ordinary hall. I'll show you our life next time. Su Yu ignored them and took out his black card. He walked towards the ordinary entrance, quietly, ready to join a long queue. The young girl at the entrance glanced at the black card in his hand subconsciously. Her eyes widened and she exclaimed, Supreme Black Card! Holy *T. Look, it's the Supreme Black Card. It's the Supreme Black Card. Holy *T. This is the Supreme Black Card that was issued in less than 100 copies. Wait, isn't he just an insignificant attendant? Why is he holding the Supreme Black Card? The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Bai Yunfei and the others who were about to leave were petrified on the spot, staring at the Supreme Black Card without blinking. The young girl's expression changed immediately. She bowed and said with a sweet smile, "Honorable guest, your entrance is on the other side." She was pointing at the deserted entrance of the middle-aged woman with no one in the queue. There were less than 100 cards in the entire Empire of Darkness. No wonder there were so few people. Su Yu nodded slightly and started walking in that direction. "Wait, where did you get your Supreme Black Card?" Bai Yunfei's voice came from behind. It was more of a question than a question. The young girl's face turned cold as she stared at Bai Yunfei. "Sir, please watch your words. The Tianyu auction house has the right to protect the dignity of our guests. You have no right to question the origin of his Supreme Black Card. Just a moment ago, he was very polite to the 4 young masters, but in the blink of an eye, he was as cold as frost." Bai Yunfei was very angry in his heart. "I'm just suspicious. How could a mere commoner like him get the Supreme Card?" The young girl looked at him coldly and said lightly, "This is the last warning. Please do not question the Supreme Guest. Otherwise, in order to protect his dignity, he will expel you and put you into the auction house's blacklist, never to enter again." They were all customers, but in order to protect Su Yu, he had decisively abandoned them. This kind of unfair treatment really made Bai Yunfei and the others feel embarrassed. Su Yu turned to look at them and waved his hand. "Everyone, you can stay in the distinguished guest building with peace of mind. If there is a next time, I will bring you to visit the Supreme Auction Room and let you experience the real life of royalty and nobility." Upon hearing that, Bai Yunfei and the others were furious. They felt as if Su Yu had just given them a tight slap. Haha, this is really funny. Those 4 fellows are acting as if the Supreme Martial Artist customer is their follower. Didn't you notice that the 4 of them deliberately made us feel that way? Maybe they want to embarrass the Supreme Martial Artist customer. What a disgrace. They said they would bring him to enjoy the life of royalty and nobility, but in the end, he is already a Supreme Guest. Upon hearing the almost one-sided sneer of the crowd, Bai Yunfei was secretly resentful. He said in a low voice, "Isn't it just a Supreme Black Card? My father also has one, so it is not a big deal. Moreover, the Supreme Black Card is also divided into grades. The one he got is only the lowest grade, the Bronze Black Card. Humph." When Su Yu came to the deserted entrance, the middle-aged woman who had seen this scene cast a charming look at him and said with a smile, "My name is Meng Luo. From now on, I will serve you in the auction. You can do whatever you want." Her seductive voice, seductive hot body, as well as her still charming appearance, made people envious. Most importantly, she was a strong person at the level of a tribe leader, whose strength was respected. Just thinking about being served by such a powerful woman made people's hearts beat faster. Moreover, she had said she could do anything. Bai Yunfei's face was livid, but he forced himself to smile coldly. "Take a look, a low-grade Bronze Black Card is nothing." Meng Luo reached out her hand. "Sir, please let me examine the Supreme Black Card." "Okay." Su Yu handed over the black card. Meng Luo used an extremely complicated examination instrument to examine it on the spot. A black light shone on the card, and it immediately emitted a golden light. Even Meng Luo was shocked, and the charming look on her face became more obvious. "The highest grade, the Golden Supreme Card." "Sir, please follow me inside." "What the hell?" "The highest grade, the Golden Supreme Card." "What kind of big shot is he?" "I remember even a royal noble like the finance minister only has a silver Supreme Card at most, right?" "Yes, he is so young. How unexpected." "Hee hee, look at Bai Yunfei's face. It is almost the color of pig liver." Usually he looks down on this and that, but today he has been humiliated again and again. TSK, TSK. Bai Yunfei glared at them coldly, his face extremely gloomy. Let's wait and see. Su Yu could not be bothered with them. He directly entered the auction house and was brought to a rather luxurious room. It was all forged with extremely precious isolation materials. Even if the sacred faction master was standing outside, he would not be able to see who was in the room. It was extremely secretive. At the same time, there were 10 people in the room, all beautiful young ladies, and all of them were virgins. Their mission was to please Suyu, and they would comply with any request without any resistance. Suyu took a look at them and sat down casually. Through the white, transparent secret room, he could clearly see all the movements in the auction house below. Sir, the auction has not started yet. Do you need any special services? Mang Luo said leisurely. Suyu nodded. Yes. Mang Luo's lips curled up, and she gave the 10 beautiful young ladies a look. They smiled and walked over gracefully. Let them out, Suyu said again. Mang Luo smiled charmingly and waved her hand to dismiss them. Her soft body leaned against Suyu's body, and a voice that could melt one's bones came from her throat. Mister, do you want me? Mang Luo is very willing. Suyu's face was calm, and he did not look bewitched at all. He said, I will need a lot of special materials in the future. I wonder if the Tianyu auction house has any channels? Mang Luo was stunned and said, serious business? Why, isn't this included in the list of supreme clients? Mang Luo's seductive expression faded, and she said seriously, Please tell me, what materials do you need? Suyu wrote down a few supplementary materials for crafting the Cosmos sword formation. Mang Luo's eyes swept over, and she frowned slightly. Sir, these kinds of ores are rare even in the entire God realm. 2 of them have never appeared in the Empire of Darkness, such as the 10,000 Soul Stone. This is a divine stone that only appears in the ancient battlefield. It requires the souls of tens of thousands of early-stage prospective deities and above to condense together, and it takes 10,000 years to form into an ore. Upon hearing that, Suyu said, How many times has the 10,000 soul stone appeared? Mang Luo said, A long time ago it would still appear occasionally. People would often find it in the battlefields left behind from the Great Destruction era. But as these battlefields were excavated, it has not appeared for 10 million years. Not appeared for 10 million years? Suyu frowned deeply. It seemed that crafting the body of the Cosmos sword formation was far more difficult than he had imagined. Not only were the main materials hard to come by, but even the supplementary materials were also hard to come by. What about the other materials? Suyu asked again. Mang Luo said, 2 of the other 3 materials are rare, but with the channels of the Tianyu auction house, we can help you find them in various regions of the empire. Of course, the price will be higher than the market price. Money is not a problem, Suyu said. Mang Luo smiled. As for the last material, the blue sea divine crystal, Sir, you are in luck. There will be 1 in the auction tonight. Oh, Suyu smiled. This trip had been worth it. Then, may I ask if I can overdraft the auction? Mang Luo said, no problem at all. You are a supreme customer, so you have the right to overdraft the auction. The expenses incurred can be deducted from the card after the auction. The most you can overdraft is 100 million gold coins of the God realm. 100 million? That should be enough. The gold coins of the God realm seem to be quite valuable. Ding! A sound came from the auction house. It was the reminder that the auction was about to begin. Dear guests, the auction is about to begin. Please be quiet for a moment. A calm voice came from the auction stage below. The voice was crisp and clear. It should be a woman. Her tone had the natural attitude of someone in a superior position. The audience below the stage quieted down surprisingly quickly. Even the strong deities who were talking fell silent. Suyu was surprised. This person has a powerful background. Meng Luo said with awe, "She is the owner of the Tiannu auction house, the heir of the imperial sacred faction, Yongye Chushue. She is also Yongye Wuheng's most beloved sister." Yongye Wuheng? So you didn't know who this person was. If Meng Luo mentioned his name, he must be an extraordinary person. After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man walked out from behind the curtain. He had a square head and big ears, an imposing appearance, and a deep, shrewd look in his eyes. It was Master Lin, whom Suyu had met in the secret chamber. The deputy auction master is hosting it himself. Yeah, he hasn't hosted an auction himself for a long time, has he? The divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor really made him unable to sit still and host it himself? Haha, I wonder who'll get this drop of divine blood. It is said that the Shui Nation of the North, the Shimen Palace of the West, and the East Imperial Palace of the East have all sent people to fight for it. The scene will be intense. So it's him. Su, you looked at Master Lin, deep in thought. Why did he give Suyu a top-notch black card? Although the divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor was precious, the Tiannu auction house had been around for a long time and had seen many precious items that were more valuable than the divine blood.